Yeah, no doubt. Yeah. No.
Welcome to the first hearing of the State Development Committee's inquiry into the feasibility of undergrounding the transmission infrastructure for renewable energy projects. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us here today. Today we'll be hearing from a number of stakeholders with various perspectives on this issue. I thank everyone for making the time to give evidence to this important inquiry. Thank you. Before we commence, I would like to make some brief comments about the procedures for today's hearing. Today's hearing is being broadcast live via the Parliament's website. A transcript of today's hearing will be placed on the committee's website when it becomes available. In accordance with the broadcasting guidelines, the House has authorised the filming, broadcasting and photography of committee proceedings by representatives of media organisations from any position in the room, and by any member of the public from any position in the audience. Any person filming or photographing proceedings must take responsibility for the proper use of that material. This is detailed in the broadcasting resolution, a copy of which is available from the Secretariat. While parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses giving evidence today, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of their evidence at this hearing. I therefore urge witnesses to be careful about comments you may make to the media or to others after you complete your evidence. Committee hearings are not intended to provide a forum for people to make adverse reflections about others under the protection of parliamentary privilege. In that regard, it is important that witnesses focus on the issues raised by the inquiry terms of reference and avoid naming individuals unnecessarily. All witnesses have a right to procedural fairness according to the Procedural Fairness Resolution adopted by the House in 2018. If witnesses are unable to answer a question today and want more time to respond, they can take a question on notice and provide a written answer. If witnesses wish to hand up documents, they should do so through the committee staff. In terms of the audibility of the hearing today, I remind both committee members and witnesses to speak into the microphone. Finally, could everyone please turn their mobile phones to silent for the duration of the hearing. I now welcome our witnesses. Could each witness, starting from my left, please state their name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation.
Andrea Strong, Vice President of HumeLink Alliance Incorporated, and swear the oath.
Yep.
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Michael Katz, member of the HumeLink Alliance and of the Stop Rethink HumeLink group. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would you like to start by making a short statement? Please keep to no more than a couple of minutes.
Sure. Many thanks for the opportunity to address this committee. I am a member of the Stop Rethink HumeLink group. We've been battling for some 3 years to have HumeLink 1 built as an underground line. We want the people of New South Wales to have the same outcomes as Victorians and people in California, Germany, and other places for safe, secure, low-emission delivery of low-emission power. Underground transmission with DC cables is safe, it's efficient, it's reliable, it's secure, it's best practice around the world, it's cheaper in the long run, and it's the default standard by law in most countries, in particular Germany. This is in sharp contrast to overhead cables. Given these points, why are we here? Transgrid is attempting to build overhead cables despite the compelling analysis that it is much worse environmentally, economically and socially than undergrounding. This committee can play a key role in stopping this environmental disaster before it happens. We need to deliver low emission power through low emission transmission to the people of New South Wales. Transgrid is pushing for overhead because the regulations allow and indeed encourage or force it to do so, and because they believe it is faster. These regulations were developed 30 years ago at a time when we were not contemplating low emissions electricity supply systems. They are no longer fit for purpose. By relying on these outdated regulations, all that is being considered in the project costs are capital, operating and compliance costs. There is no mention of the external costs, such as bushfires, nor the cost impact on communities, on the mental health of nearby residents, on native birds and animals losing vast areas of habitat. The issue of carbon emissions from massive bushfires is not even addressed. We accept that upfront costs for undergrounding will be more than overhead, but not 25 times higher as Transgrid has misleadingly claimed. Experts suggest that the real number is approximately 2 times. Operating costs should be much cheaper for underground because underground power is not damaged by storms, lightning, fires, and so on. Compliance costs will also be cheaper because the size of the corridor that is required for underground drops from 70 metres to 15, so it's substantially smaller. The big problem is we don't account for external costs such as bushfires. And who wears these external costs when they happen? This is a key aspect. We don't believe that in the event of a major bushfire caused by a overhead transmission line or by the transmission line stopping the proper management of a bushfire, Transgrid has the capacity to cover even a fraction of the massive costs of bushfires. If Transgrid is not going to pay, who will? The taxpayers of New South Wales. HumeLink's primary purpose is to connect Snowy 2.0 to the grid. It is now established that Snowy 2.0 will be delayed until 2030 at the very earliest. There is no rush to build HumeLink 1. We can and must stop, rethink HumeLink. We should build properly, and that means underground, just like the Victorians are doing with the federal help for the 90 kilometres of the Marinus link, which is going into Victoria right now. Let's not allow New South Wales to be a second-class state with second-class, dangerous and inefficient overhead power lines that carry significant unfunded external risks and costs. Let's stop, rethink HumeLink. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Chair. If you don't mind, I'll start. And I just want to welcome you to this inquiry today, the first of the inquiry hearings that we'll be holding. And thank you very much for excellent opening submission. I'm gonna, before I go to the details around HumeLink and the impact, I just want to take you back a little bit and talk to you about the initial aspects of the project itself and the consultation that has happened with people that live along the corridors that have been proposed by Transgrid, and what feedback has been provided to Transgrid, and what information have they given you in relation to the impacts and what the project will mean for residents affected?
Yes, thank you for the question. There has been consultation. The Stowe inquiry looked at some of the flaws with the consultation and brought out a report, I think, late 2021. And as a consequence of that, some community consultative groups were set up. But despite this, I feel that the consultation has been, rather than informing, been to manage community opposition. And there seems to be this position of let's hope let's not tell them what we're doing and hope that they don't catch on until it's too late. For instance, in the first CCG, Transgrid made reference to contacting people that were neighbouring the line. Now, the way the process works is only those people that are directly impacted by the easement get compensation and are informed about the project. And people neighbouring it, their properties could be devalued 30%, and overseas studies have indicated up to 91% for frontline homes. And so they're not told about the project. So this was discussed October 2021, that the people neighbouring the easement should be informed. Well, they're just going out now. At the last CCG in May 2023, they're just going out now and telling these people neighbouring that they're being impacted. And there's 4,322 of those. And with roughly three people per house, that's like another 13,000 that could potentially not have any idea.
We're only going to get about 12 minutes per side for questions with you, so I'm going to fly through my questions if that's okay, and I'll ask for some succinct answers because there's a lot that I want to cover in this time. So in relation to the consultation, when Transgrid were consulting with affected landholders, was the issue of undergrounding the lines raised during that consultation? What was the response?
Well, it was raised by ourselves, and the response was too expensive.
And in relation to the cost, have they provided modelling to you around what they perceive to be that cost and how it differs from overhead lines?
So when undergrounding first came up, we at the HumeLink Alliance raised a significant amount of money to get a undergrounding study written which would be independent. As soon as that became apparent, it seems to me that Transgrid decided to undertake their own undergrounding study, and they went ahead and commissioned that and used Andrea and others to sit on the steering committee. The problem was the terms of reference were agreed by Transgrid. They weren't really consulted. None of the other parties were consulted as far as I could see. And so the results came out. And Andrea, why don't you just run through those results very quickly?
Yes, so I was on the steering committee for the undergrounding study. We had 52 outstanding issues with that study, and we didn't endorse the study. We thought it was flawed and unbalanced. Initially, they released the study in June 2022. For an HVDC option, they had 18.7 billion. We didn't agree with those costs. The consultant that was helping us said they'll never retract it. They did. And 2 months later, they came out with a cost of 11.5 billion that we still think is significantly overstated. When the problem with the first study coming out was brought to the committee, we decided to go to an independent expert to get a third opinion, and they thought about half, or a bit more than half of what was included in the study as the cost, the per kilometre.
Because of the limited time, I didn't want to interrupt you. There's a lot of acronyms that you've used, and no doubt Hansard will come back to you later. I won't interrupt you. We'll use the acronyms for the moment, and then we might have to provide them later to Hansard. So in relation to the Transgrid study that was conducted that wasn't endorsed and then obviously has had multiple iterations versus what Stop Rethink HumeLink had via their study, can you talk about what the differences were and how those amount to dollars in relation to the cost of the project?
Well, we're currently in the process of getting the undergrounding study reviewed. When we get that, we will know what the costs will be. But there are two costs with undergrounding as an HVDC option. There's the cost of the converter stations, and there's a cost dollars per kilometre. So we thought that the dollars per kilometre, the dollars million per kilometre, was roughly about double what it should be.
Okay.
And in addition, they compared the costs that were estimated for undergrounding in 2022 with the costs that were estimated for overhead in 2020. And a repeated comment was that there's been this dramatic and sudden rise in electrical manufacturing costs in that period. And I have got I know this has got to go. Can I? No, I can't hold this up.
we can have it tabled later, which
Okay.
and obviously if we've got some time later, I'll come back to you in order to do that. You spoke in the opening statement about there being, I guess, the direct costs of undergrounding, but there's also those indirect costs, which are, in effect, the effects on community, the effects on environment, and the effects on unforeseen issues such as bushfires. And in fact, you almost stole my thunder, when you were covering those points, because I was going to ask you about those things. Can you expand a little bit and just sort of talk about the costs of something like a bushfire and how that adds to the cost to the community, not necessarily the cost to the actual line itself in the construction phase?
So there's not a direct direct impact from a bushfire during the construction phase for the most part. Obviously, there could be a bushfire while the whole thing is being built, and then it's pretty hard to figure out what's going to happen. But in the normal course, what we're really talking about is that an overhead line is built, there's a storm, and it arcs, meaning that the wires get close enough that the power can jump. That causes a spark, and that triggers a bushfire. That's a known fact. It's reported in many studies of fires.
And we've seen that in Australia, haven't we? In Victoria, the Black Saturday bushfires was in relation to overhead wires that, in fact, were damaged during a storm, and then that created a fire.
Exactly.
And the cost to that is, in effect, borne by the landholders, by the communities which with the fire is affected. That isn't factored into the costing of undergrounding, is it?
Well, it doesn't have to be, because that can't happen with an underground wire. They're amazingly, beautifully safe. That's the whole point. That's what we're saying. We're in a bushfire-prone land, and we're putting up this massive infrastructure which is prone to causing bushfires. It's nonsense.
Has a risk assessment been done on the difference between having overhead power lines built for HumeLink and undergrounding in relation to things like bushfire, like any other environmental damage aspects that I guess aren't foreseen in the construction phase but are likely to exist potentially after construction?
I don't think there's been a comprehensive study as yet. It would be very sensible to have one done. It's a major effort, but it wouldn't be that hard, actually, to do it very well.
One of the biggest arguments that I've heard in relation to undergrounding of power lines is the fact that the cost of transmission makes up part of a bill, for example, to the end user. So residential, commercial, that is impacted by the cost of the infrastructure, and therefore by going underground, there is a greater cost to the end user, residential users, commercial users, etc. Could you just explain how it differs where, I guess, the cost is borne by the affected landholders and the community by having these power lines going through their communities as opposed to being undergrounded, and the cost then being borne by the end user? Does the landholder have to pay an inordinate amount in order to have those power lines going through their property, and does the community also suffer?
So if the line is built overhead and the bushfire happens, the cost to the community at large is billions and billions of dollars. Pick a number. And that number has to be sheeted home somewhere. What we've seen in natural disasters across Australia, and in particular in New South Wales, with everything from Lismore to the fires, is that at the end of the day, it gets sheeted home to the taxpayers, because the individuals who suffer the harm look around for someone to claim against. And unfortunately, in the case of the power lines, because of the history in part, that there's very little natural justice available for people who take an action against Transgrid. In the past, when we had the New South Wales State Electricity Commission, it was set up and it was given legislative protection from just that sort of action. And in the 50s, there were no underground options. We didn't know how to do it. So that history is very important. It was set up by this Parliament to make the Transgrid somewhat immune.
I've got one more question. Is that it's a brief one?
We'll see if we've got time at the end. We'll move over to the crossbench now. Sorry, Wes.
It was a really good one too.
I'm sure it was.
Should've listened to
You
us.
never know.
Phenomenal. Well, it was like the crescendo.
Okay, Wes.
Thank you both for coming today. We really appreciate your time. I think you very briefly mentioned in your opening statement about wildlife. There was a number of submissions to this inquiry that refer to the impacts of the towers and the overhead power lines to the local wildlife. Can you expand a little bit more on the risk there?
Well, in the first instance, the issue is that the corridor goes from 15 metres for underground to 70 metres. So across 360 kilometres, that's huge. It's a massive area of land that's clear-felled. Once it's clear-felled, the next thing that it's maintained is quite interesting and hasn't been covered very widely. The maintenance of these corridors is done largely by spraying with herbicides. And those herbicides are quite noxious. In fact, in another life, I'm quite interested in some medical conditions, and those herbicides are highly associated with clusters of things like Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. So this is bad news stuff, and very bad for the animals and plants and birds. There is also lots of evidence of bird strikes who try and sit on the wires and turn into toast pretty quickly.
And is there any risks posed to wildlife by undergrounding transmission?
Nothing
To the same degree.
in any way comparable. I mean, they might fall into the trench in the 3 weeks that it's open, but apart from that, it just looks like normal pasture and bushland afterwards, after it's filled.
And it should be noted that this project is impacting matters of national environmental significance. It's impacting, the action area is 48,733 roughly, or 323 hectares. There's 5,000 hectares cleared, and there's 1,862 hectares of critically endangered grassy woodland directly impacted, and 82 threatened species. This is massive impact of this project on the environment.
Thank you. And just one more follow-up question based on something my colleague was asking about before around fire and the risk around fire. I also read in some of the submissions that there's also another problem of the overhead power lines actually obstructing access to certain areas by both aerial and ground-based firefighters. I'm wondering if you can expand on that a little bit.
Yeah, that's actually probably the biggest issue. These overhead lines constitute something of a wall, and it's 80 metres high. It's a Trumpian wall, and what it means is that if you've got a fire here on your left and the wall on your right, if you're unlucky enough to be in the middle, you have no way out. So the risk of loss of life goes up dramatically. The other part is that you're alluding to is that nowadays the first weapon of choice for managing bushfires is, of course, aerial. And you can't fly planes near these 80-metre tall lines. We lost one big tanker a couple of years ago in New South Wales. That's a horrific thought. The only way to manage that is to keep all aircraft away. And under the New South Wales Rural Fire Service has no authority to go near those lines in a smoky environment because the particles of smoke act as conductors. And if you drive a RFS truck under a high voltage line which is energised, if there's a lot of smoke in the environment, the chances are you'll turn to ash.
Wow.
You might be interested that in July 2021, California announced that they were going to bury 10,000 miles of power lines. And when asked about the cost of undergrounding, that was going to be 15 to 30 billion, they said that it was too expensive not to do it. Lives were on the line.
Wow. I might.
I'm not sure she's splitting the time between. Are you splitting the time between the two crossbench?
I'm leaving it to you.
Okay. In that case, I'll go to Ms. Fairman.
Yeah.
I'm happy to split it, but
Next time. We normally do. Thank you for appearing today. I can see that one of the arguments against underground transmission is going to be the time. Transgrid's submission to this inquiry clearly states that, well, I'm not sure it's clearly, but states that overhead power lines will be in place sooner. Interestingly, you talk about the fact that undergrounding HumeLink will give social licence, it will reduce potentially delays as a result of community opposition. Could you both talk, give a sense to the committee about that community opposition, how strong it is, why it's there, and if overhead power lines do go ahead, is there going to be a delay because of that community opposition?
Yes. If they go underground, the community will work with government and the proponent to get this project delivered. Farmers in Tumut have said, if you go underground, you can start tomorrow and we'll even dig the trench for you. If you persist in going overhead, there will be delays, there will be opposition, communities will be fighting this. But in addition, there's time to get this underground. Snowy 2.0 has been delayed. Michael said 2030. The official completion date is December 2029. Sorry. So we've got time to get this right. The modelling itself says 28, 29 in the integrated system plan. And it's important to deliver this transmission when it's needed. There's politicians saying you want to bring these delivery dates forward. There's an optimal time to deliver these projects. There's a model in the integrated system plan that's a progressive change option or scenario, and it actually says it's not needed till 2033, 34. HumeLink isn't needed till 23, 24. We've got time to get this right. And we did look at an option from Mooragle to Bannaby, which was 94 kilometres shorter. That they could build that.
That's right, and that's come through in some of the submissions as well, how you can get a much more direct link potentially and following a different path that's a much more direct path if you go underground. I'll quickly move to another question because I know time is limited. Does it sound to you as though, or by your experience, from your experience working with Transgrid over the last couple of years and trying to convince them about the worth and benefits of underground transmission, that there is ideological opposition within Transgrid to underground transmission?
I don't think it's ideological per se. I think it's regulatory in the first instance. in that the structure of the whole rules and regulations around the Australian energy market make it extremely difficult for Transgrid to have a financially sound position if they spend more than the amount established by the RIT-T or regulatory investment test transmission. So I think that, for me, is the critical issue.
It did sound, though, that with GHD, though, that the assessments or analysis of that report, which the community, engaged their own independent consultant to assess the GHD report that Transgrid commissioned, that report undertaken by the so-called independent consultant may have been written to justify overhead power lines as opposed to look at weighing them both up, taking into account all the costs and benefits of both systems. That is what you seem to be implying with that report.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, and one, however long I have, but in terms of cost as well, that's another issue too, isn't it? Because the cost of transmission, shockingly, still rests with the consumer. I understand that Snowy 2.0 doesn't need to contribute to this. The renewable energy owners and developers or the government don't need to contribute. And again, you're talking about regulatory barriers, that it all comes down to the consumer. That's a problem here. Would you agree, if we need to look at best practice, putting in place infrastructure for the next 50, 60 years, climate proofing, if you like, the regions and infrastructure? Could you talk to that as well, just to get some of that on the record, if that's the view?
You go first.
I think that it is a problem. The main problem is that the regulatory investment test for transmission doesn't include the environmental externalities, all the external costs. The Australian Energy Infrastructure Commissioner has said that the rules of the market are not fit for purpose. So there's a real problem. New South Wales Government requires environmental externalities, the environmental and community costs, to be taken into account for projects that cost more than $10 million. These transmission companies are building projects that are worth billions of dollars and aren't taking into account the environmental and community costs. On the question of prices, your objective should be efficient prices, efficient electricity prices, and that requires you including all the costs of transmission, the costs to landscapes of great natural beauty for the next 80 to 100 years, the costs to regional development, the costs to agricultural productivity, bushfires, and the big costs of loss in biodiversity. So all those costs should be incorporated in the cost of electricity. So if they incorporated all those costs in the cost of electricity for the overhead option, undergrounding would be the cheapest option. It's wanting environmentally responsible transmission as well as generation.
I think quickly that a lot of this is historical. When the national electricity market was established, the big issue was that the existing state-owned corporations, commissions, had gold-plated the investments that they did, and the desire was to avoid that. And so the rules and regulations were structured to avoid gold plating. We're over that phase now. It's not that we need gold plating. What we need is environmentally sensible and advantageous, both transmission and generation.
Thank you. We'll move to government questions now.
Thanks very much for your submission, much appreciated. Thanks for your time. I just want to put to you a couple of issues that have been put to us in submissions and just get your response to them. I'm not necessarily expressing agreement with the propositions, I'm just curious about your response. It's been put to us that in terms of bushfire risk, that bushfire risk isn't so much posed by these high voltage transmission lines, but rather by different ones. I was just curious about your response to that, if your research or knowledge extends to the particular risk from different types of power lines.
Yes, it's true that although the number of bushfires started by power lines, there aren't a lot of bushfires started by power lines, but in times of extreme fire danger, the incidence of power lines starting bushfires rises significantly. And it's not just the fact of power lines starting bushfires, it also impedes your ability to control them. You can't fight under them, and you can't use your first line of defence, which is aerial, and these are massive costs. Like the costs of the Black Summer bushfires have been put at 230 billion, and in addition, almost 3 billion animals were killed and displaced. Massive costs. Yeah. So if it increases the risks of bushfires, there's a compelling argument to put this transmission line underground.
Another issue that in a sort of broad sense has been put to us is that the Hume link is too long to put underground, and I'm putting that very crudely, but I was just interested about whether your research might extend to comparable examples from other places, maybe overseas, where a line of similar length has been fully undergrounded or substantially undergrounded.
So the Sud link in Germany is approximately 800 kilometres. There's another one that goes from, I think, Denmark to Sweden, which is the same technology, and it's about the same. This is no longer a big issue. The length. What's critical is that if you do it with a direct current DC line, it becomes quite manageable.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, the issue is there's two ways that you can transmit power. You can transmit it AC underground, and that has a length limit of 40 to 50 kilometres for the higher transfer capacity.
Yeah.
But for HVDC, you can transmit very long distance. And in fact, it's what they're doing overseas to bring renewables into big cities. Michael mentioned SudLink, but there's also Chaplin Hudson Power Express that's taking power from Canada, hydropower from Canada into New York. Challenging terrain, 546 kilometres, and it's going submarine through the lakes and underground. This is world best practice. To bring renewables into big cities, undergrounding is the best practice. And it's very concerning that you're being told that it's not feasible for long distances.
Okay.
Can I ask, thank you, Andrea, for your answers. In terms of why, I know I just want to take you back to comments at the start about the consultations. Do you have suggestions for how the community could be better consulted for projects like this?
Well, the issue isn't consultation. The issue is actually planning. You know, the consultation is just telling communities this is the way it's going to be, and
so it hasn't been consultation as such.
Well, they're trying to deliver this project. If they consult en route, that just shifts the problem. Undergrounding gets rid of the problem. So the issue really is with the planning. That they need to take into account, like New South Wales government does for cost-benefit analysis. They need to take into account all the environmental and community costs. And then by doing that, they would come up with the best solution. It might be that we need less transmission. We need more rooftop solar. We might need renewables off the coast of New South Wales, close to the load centres, so there's not so much transmission. But it's a planning problem rather than a consultation problem.
In terms of the, you mentioned a couple of times the comparable environmental costs, and particularly related to undergrounding. I was just interested to get your thoughts on what those environmental costs would be, given there's a significant amount of wildlife that do live underground. And my understanding is with the digging of trenches that multiple trenches are required to be built to underground infrastructure, and the easement's actually larger than overhead transmission lines.
Well, am I able to show you a diagram of...
Through the... If you pass it to the... Yeah. Do you have copies or...
no, but it's
I can get
in...
them to make copies.
Yeah.
Is it in your submission? No.
Not in mine. Not this one.
Okay. Thanks.
For the option that was one of the options that was considered in the GHD Transgrid undergrounding study, it involved 2 trenches. The trenches were 1.3 metres wide and 1.25 metres deep. The easement for that option was a bit over 15 metres. So instead of a 70-metre easement, you're considering a 15-metre easement. It's a quarter of the impact. And also you don't have those high voltage transmission lines that can kill climbing or flying birds and animals.
I mean, I think obviously there are underground animals who will be affected by the trench, but in the scheme of things, it's a very, very modest trench. And it's not open for a very long time because the quicker they get it done, they build them pretty quickly now with modern equipment.
Yeah.
So I don't
it
think
can't be backfilled with the existing soil, is my other understanding. So perhaps some
I think that's
concerns
not always
around biosecurity that may be apparent.
What was...
It can't be backfilled with the existing soil.
It can't
so
be.
There are requirements around what goes back into the trench around the line.
There's an issue of the thermal resistivity of the soil.
Yep.
But that can be managed in local areas. For the majority of the route, it'll be able to be... They strip off the topsoil, they take out the subsoil, they put in the cables, they reinstate the existing subsoil and put the topsoil back. And in terms of biosecurity, because it's a small easement, it's not nearly the biosecurity risk. With the 70 metres, that's much more of a biosecurity risk. The weeds and the diseases are going to be in the vegetation on the surface, not in the soil. So the biosecurity issues are much greater with the overhead. And in addition, they've got to keep clearing that line. There's much less maintenance of the line with the underground option. Every time they come through with a process to maintain the line is a biosecurity risk.
And I would just point out also, on my property, the plan is to bring it through next to an existing line. So we've got a 60-metre easement already, 70 metres for HumeLink 1. If you look at the forward plan, there's HumeLink 2 in the plan. That's another 70 metres, so 200-metre wide corridor altogether. This is a serious corridor, right? 200 metres is not going to go down lightly.
In terms of the other, I suppose, questions I had were relating to the difference between the AC and the DC lines, because my understanding obviously is that there are advantages of both. In terms of having the AC lines, obviously you can step it up and step it down, but DC needs to be converted. Do you have any comments on the impact of or plans for the converted stations that would need to be built if it was to be an HVDC line?
No. Well, I would just say, this is a planning question, as Andrea has indicated, and it's quite technical, really. But when I look at the Südlink in Germany, what they're planning is a monster spine of high voltage DC current right up the middle of the country. That seems to be terribly, terribly sensible, and we should be thinking about the same thing from Melbourne to Sydney and up to Brisbane. That would be the way one should think about it. That's not being thought about. The question is why.
And Südlink is still in the planning phase. Is that right, or is it being built? Hasn't been built.
Oh, Südlink is in the process of being built, yeah. It has, I think, 25, 26 it's going to be delivered. But yes, there is an issue with AC and HVDC. There's a tee-in and tap-off constraint. You can't tee in and tap off with an HVDC. You need a converter station to do it. But in fact, this project is ideal for this technology to shunt big volume of power from Snowy 2.0 to the load centre of Sydney. And because it's paralleling existing lines, they provide the opportunity to tee in and tap off. So it's not the constraint that might be argued elsewhere. And once you go to that HVDC option, if we had that HVDC backbone in the grid that industry experts argue for, it's not a big leap to then put it underground. And you can be saving these landscapes of great natural beauty and taking it a more direct route.
There's one other thing we would like to table, if we could, which is this marvellous diagram which pretty much shows the position that we're looking at. The existing towers, which are typical of what's across New South Wales at the moment, are the smaller ones.
330 kV.
Yeah.
Yep.
The big one is the one that is being contemplated, and the individual is me. And I don't feel so small.
Chair, you mind if I ask that one question?
Bigger.
We've finished. We've finished. The hearing's concluded. Sorry. Yeah. Look, thank you to you both for attending this hearing. Committee members may have additional questions for you after the hearing. The Secretariat will contact you in relation to these questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
note Ms Fearman isn't here as yet, but we'll get underway. Hopefully she'll be with us shortly. I would now like to welcome our next set of witnesses. Could each witness, starting from my left, please state their name and position title and either swear an oath or affirmation.
Jackie Mumford, CEO, Nature Conservation Council, New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Ted Woodley, I'm an executive member of the National Parks Association of New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Gary Dunnett, I'm the CEO of the National Parks Association. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Would you like to start by making a short statement? Please keep it to no more than a couple of minutes.
Who goes first? Sorry.
Oh, usually from the left, yep.
Oh, sure. Sorry, threw you off there, Gary. So the Nature Conservation Council's primary interest is protecting nature across New South Wales. This includes direct impacts of development and doing what we can to mitigate the worst impacts of climate change. We support the move towards renewable energy happening as fast and as fairly as possible without unnecessary impacts on nature. In most cases, action on climate change supports biodiversity goals. As we transition the energy system and roll out more transmission, there is the rising challenge of climate and biodiversity goals coming into competition. Renewable energy zones are seeing large areas of land cleared for clean energy. We need an approach to ensure energy projects are developed in areas of the lowest biodiversity values, along with a hierarchy for decision making, focusing on avoidance of high value sites on public and private land. With appropriate policy and regulatory controls, we can continue to pursue the crucial climate intervention of transitioning our energy systems and protect areas that are rich in biodiversity. Undergrounding transmission presents a solution where transmission can have the least possible impact on nature. In our submission, we've outlined a number of ways that undergrounding is beneficial for nature, fire management, and for protecting cultural heritage. Undergrounding transmission lines is international best practice, and our recommendation is that New South Wales should move to international best practice and use underground connections whenever passing through areas of high environmental, social, or cultural significance.
Thank you. I'd just like to begin by acknowledging that we're meeting on Aboriginal land and pay my respects to Elders past, present and emerging. The National Parks Association New South Wales has been involved in a campaign in relation to the Snowy 2 transmission connection through Kosciuszko National Park for some 3 years. And our submission draws the committee's attention to what we see as some of the really critical challenges facing you in terms of determining where and how the initial decisions around whether to propose overhead or underground transmission are taken. In the case of Snowy 2, way back in 2006, there was an amendment to the plan and management which expressly prohibited any further overhead transmission connections through Kosciuszko National Park. And the reason it did that was a judgment that the park had been so sliced and diced by previous transmission connections that it was starting to lose its essential ecological integrity. Unfortunately, the first time that prohibition was tested was the Snowy 2 transmission connection. And Transgrid, rather than recognise that prohibition, went to the Department of Planning with a proposal to put overhead transmission in. And they did that on the understanding, and we're currently undertaking a judicial review proceedings in the Land and Environment Court on this issue, but they did that on the understanding that national parks would amend their plan of management. So there was a very high benchmark set and we faltered at the very first step. What we then had was a planning process which was entirely structured around the proposition that there would be overhead transmission. And we talked to planning officials who told us that they're under no obligation to require an assessment of alternatives, that it was entirely up to the proponent, in this case Transgrid. We were subsequently very pleased when, under budget estimates, the then Minister agreed to have his department undertake an assessment of alternatives, that then ended up being Transgrid who did it as part of what's called the preferred activity statement for that development. But nonetheless, the whole overhead process was approved, despite what we regarded as overwhelming evidence that the balance between environmental, social and economic factors was overwhelmingly being driven by Transgrid and ultimately Snowy Hydro's interests. And I guess what that experience showed us was that if we rely on the part of the planning system that proceeds after an EIS has commenced to make a rational, informed, well-balanced decision about the respective merits of undergrounding and overhead, that we've already lost the opportunity to make a sound decision, because these developments will inevitably be classified as critical state significant infrastructure. The premise in the entire planning system is of approval generally with conditions, but approval. And despite all of our efforts, and as I say, we're now had to resort to court action, the reality is that these developments will go ahead. So in our mind, what this tells us is three things. The first is that the statutory protections that we expect to apply to areas of high environmental significance, such as national parks, just aren't up to the job. The second is that Transgrid is working on the premise that last century's technology, which is overhead transmission, is the only option, and therefore they will be seeking environmental approvals that are structured around that presumption that it has to be overhead. And the third is that there is no clear space within that planning framework to make the informed decisions around what is the most appropriate option in each individual situation. It's certainly not going to be Transgrid, who are driven by their economic imperatives. We don't believe that it's a role for AEMO. It's not within the scope of their considerations to consider environmental issues. I guess the best fit that we can see is that it's in the departments that are responsible for energy and environment to do that initial planning around route selection and most appropriate technique, but it has to happen outside of the planning system, because we can't have this just dealt with as a fait accompli. We need to make sure we get the best route selection that delivers the lowest environmental impact, not simply the best commercial outcome for Transgrid and other corporations such as Snowy Hydro Corporation. Thank you.
Thank you. May I move to questions?
Sure, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming today, giving your evidence and making time. I just want to ask of the National Parks Association, in your submission, there seems to be no mention of any costings or estimates or anything of the sort, but there is a mention about the new underground power connection between Mount Selwyn Ski Resort, replacing the overhead lines burnt out by bushfires, and that it will be an example of the move to undergrounding. Do you have any more information as to how much that particular project will cost, whether it's in total or per kilometre?
I don't have any information about the cost of the Mount Selwyn connection, but the decision was made after that overhead line was burnt down with the 1920 bushfires that overhead lines were just not appropriate in Kosciuszko National Park, and so the decision was made to underground most of that line to Selwyn. In terms of the transmission connection we're talking about for connecting Snowy 2, the cost for the overhead line in the EIS was just over 300 million. Transgrid costed undergrounding as somewhere between $1 billion and 1.4 billion. Now, we think that's wildly overstated, because at 1.4 billion, the cost of the transmission connection is about a quarter of the cost of the whole of the Snowy project, with 27 kilometres of tunnels, underground power stations. It already includes 3 kilometres of underground cable to get from the underground power station up to the surface. So definitely it will be more expensive, but not 3 to 4 times more expensive.
It's a very good point. Thank you. I might pass if you have any.
I do. I've just got a few questions. I'll start with Ms Munford. Thank you for your opening statement. Just looking at some of the issues you addressed in it. In effect, these large transmission connectors between large metropolitan areas are needed in order to move the renewable energy both to and from sites like 2.0. That's correct, isn't it? And,
transmission's required?
yes.
Yeah.
So you addressed sort of in part of your opening statement that in effect where the power is produced plays an important role as to those connectors. If the power was produced locally, then you wouldn't need these big interconnectors. Is that sort of what you were addressing?
Yeah, I think, we're moving to a different energy mix of distributed different types of energy. If we were to see a much greater uptake in electric vehicles and rooftop solar and, energy production of different size and scale, then, we can look at sort of decentralising our energy system in a way. And I think that's what the renewable energy zones also seek to do, to an extent, while also ensuring that we still have those really large areas that are producing the sort of scale of energy that's required.
So I guess one way to move that power around is through these large interconnectors, which obviously we're having discussions about whether we go above ground or underground. But another way, I guess, to resolve the issue would be to have more localised power generation. So, like you've said, rooftop solar. Can you talk about any other ways with which we can generate power at a local level that isn't requiring these large interconnectors?
Look, I think I'm not the I'm not the expert on that, but we do know that there are sort of community scale projects that we can have that seek to really decentralise and distribute the energy in that way. I can certainly dig out some examples and get those to you.
But these interconnectors do pose risk, don't they? In I guess to flora, fauna in the construction, but also in the operation phase.
I'm not sure, to be honest. I'd have to look that up. Yeah.
I mean, as in, so there's a risk during the construction phase to the flora and fauna. That's why you've made a submission. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So can you talk about those risks
during the production?
Yes.
Stage?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're really concerned about clearing of land, destruction of habitat, any sort of environmental impacts that will come about from infrastructure that's associated with clean energy and transmission.
Yep.
And so that's why we've pushed for undergrounding, so that we can really try and reduce and mitigate as much as possible the impacts of that infrastructure.
And it's not just things like Snowy 2.0 that are, I guess, creating these interconnector issues. It's things like large-scale solar, wind, all these projects that are outside metropolitan areas. We need to get that power from the metropolitan, from those regional areas into metropolitan areas, and that requires these connectors. Is that right?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Yeah. So would it be then sensible to say that something like small modular nuclear reactors that can be placed closer to the metropolitan areas in order to have less of that transmission would actually, in some ways, reduce the need for these large transmission lines cutting their way through the countryside and having impacts on the flora, fauna and the residents that live underneath them?
No, I don't agree that nuclear energy presents a solution. I think with the renewable energy technology that we have and the transmission that's required, even taking those infrastructure, different aspects of infrastructure that we've just discussed into account, I think we can definitely find a balance of transitioning to renewable energy in a way that where we can sort of plan for and manage any impacts on the environment that absolutely does not require any form of nuclear technology. I think nuclear is, far more expensive and far more dangerous from an environmental and human health perspective.
Can I just add? I mean, your proposition is correct that you try and put your generators as close as you possibly can to the loads. In the present, the generators are in the Hunter Valley, Lithgow, and so they're reasonably close to the load. The new renewable energy zones are hundreds of kilometres away from the main load centre, as is Snowy 2.0. So when you're considering...
So in relation to getting those power generation modules, whether they be nuclear or whether they be any other form, getting them closer to the site where the power is needed, i.e. the metropolitan areas, is partly the key in order to reduce the transmission loads across the...
Exactly.
Right.
And undergrounding transmission lines.
And it's not just nuclear, though, is it, that is possible in order to have these smaller, more localised power generation units. There are other technologies that are available that can see, instead of having these large renewable generation types in rural regional areas that are impacting the local communities, you can actually have other technologies that are closer so that you don't have to have these interconnectors.
Well, I think the main renewable technology, frankly, is just wind and solar. So you would concentrate on putting your renewable energy zones as close as you possibly can to Sydney, Newcastle, Wollongong. That means that the Hunter Zone, for example, might be more a higher priority than the zones out west of Balranald. And in the same sense as said at the previous session, offshore wind.
So that's one option in order to reduce the necessity of putting these lines in. The other one would be to find other power generation sources at the existing sites. For example, anywhere that there's a coal-fired power station, we've already got the existing transmission lines in place. If we can generate power through another means at that site, we don't have to then be cutting in new transmission interconnectors. Is that another feasible option?
Yeah, definitely. But those sites are limited in terms of areas, but that's why some of the big batteries are being located on the power station sites, right next to the existing substation.
Right. So, in effect, what we're doing in relation to, for example, HumeLink, and we've heard a lot about that this morning from the Stop Rethink HumeLink group, is in order to link a renewable energy production source, which is Snowy 2.0, into the grid. And so that's having a detrimental impact to the communities along that path. There are, in fact, other ways that we could potentially be doing this and not creating those impacts to start with at all. Would you see that is a probably more equitable and desirable solution than having to cut up large parts of a national park and prime agricultural farming land in order to see these transmission lines connect up something like 2.0 into the metropolitan areas that don't want to share the cost burden of undergrounding. Therefore, we're seeing it produced by an overhead power line.
It would depend on what the energy generation form is. You've mentioned nuclear and coal-fired power. Unfortunately, those forms of energy are not suitable for the coming decades, centuries. Coal-fired power is, as we know, driving climate change in extremely unsafe levels, and it's critical that we get off coal-fired power as soon as possible. Nuclear technology is, again, incredibly unsafe for humans and for the environment, and not to mention incredibly expensive. So what we're talking about here is a system that relies largely on generation of...
I'm just making sure how much time I've got left before...
Oh, yeah, no worries.
A minute.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Ensures that we are generating energy in a way that is not driving climate change, that is safe for communities, that is safe for environment. I don't think it's a matter of pitting overhead power lines against having to use nuclear generation closer to human, where the population is. What Gary's outlined is a really sensible solution in terms of undergrounding transmission lines.
Sounds like my time's about to expire, so with that, I'll hand back. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. Yep, we'll split it between us. Thank you for coming today. My first question is to Mr. Woodley. We've heard from the previous witnesses in a range of submissions about what other countries are doing in terms of underground transmission, that this is world's best practice, this is where many jurisdictions are going. Why isn't Australia doing this? Why hasn't Australia adopted this technology too?
Good question. The current transmission system in New South Wales was built largely 40 years or more ago. In the last 40 years, there's been very few additional transmission lines built, and 40 years ago, overhead transmission was the only technology available. But times have moved on. Underground technology, and particularly DC technology, is now well established, and in overseas countries, as reported earlier today, and in many of the submissions, have adopted undergrounding and DC as the default. It's not in New South Wales at present. The default is still overhead, but overseas, it is the default is underground. So we have that technology available. The advantages of undergrounding have been already outlined in the discussions this morning. The advantages of DC have probably not been outlined to the same extent, but DC underground cabling is a very viable alternative to overhead and should be seriously looked at by this committee. Why it hasn't been done to date, I think it's just intransigence, familiarity with the previous technology, and an unwillingness to consider alternatives, and also an unwillingness to consider anything other than the difference in capital costs for the construction. As pointed out today, there are lots of other externality costs that are not being considered when deciding the technology to apply.
Thank you. Great segue to my next question, which is about environmental impacts. Just to the last witnesses, the government was suggesting that perhaps the environmental cost of digging trenches for underground cabling seems to potentially be more than the overhead transmissions in terms of clearing and the impact on biodiversity, wildlife and what have you. So there's two questions with that. Firstly, is it? Which one has the greater environmental impact? And secondly, the width of the vegetation cleared, the fact that we have to keep that vegetation cleared to manage bushfire risk and everything else. If you could speak to the scale of that environmental impact compared to underground transmission, which whoever wants to take that. Ted, Mr. Woodley.
Well, I was going to give my voice a rest. Well, there's absolutely no question that undergrounding has less environmental impact. There's still an environmental impact, as you've still got to dig up a trench, you've still got to replace the soil. In some cases, you have to bring in new soil. But the end result is an easement no more than 15 metres wide versus an easement of 70 odd metres for the 500 kV lines that we're talking about. I'll just show you, and this gives me an opportunity, a diagram that's in our submission that shows that the situation in Kosciuszko is even worse than the situation for HumeLink. These are the 330 kV lines that everybody's quite familiar with. They're squat lines and it's just a single circuit, so the conductors are placed horizontal. They're about 35 to 40 metres high, and they're still significant structures. You can see them snaking across all of New South Wales. The Snowy 2 connection, though, is 4 330 kV circuits on 2 sets of side-by-side towers, and these towers end up being 75 metres high, which is almost as tall as the 500 kV lines that we're talking about.
And the width is?
And the width of the easement in Snowy 2.0's case is 120 to 140 metres, up to 200 metres in some circumstances. So you've got a width at least double, you've got a height double. The actual impact is 3 times the impact for the existing overhead transmission lines. On the end here, if you can, and also as I think Michael said, that's Michael down the bottom, that's a bushwalker. So you're talking about, these are the height of 40 people on top of each other. So they're ginormous towers. Easement as an alternative is 15 to 20 metres, nothing above ground.
Can I jump in with another question in relation to the biodiversity that's cleared? That's incredible country, obviously, in terms of Cosy and Snowy. Biodiversity offsets, what's the situation there? Has that been factored into the cost of those transmission lines?
It's factored in terms of there's a calculation in the EIS specifically for the Snowy case. I think one of the things we need to, that is really easy to forget with these linear developments is the net hectareage, which is lost through construction, and equally importantly, the ongoing clearance of the land under the easement to mitigate the risk of future bushfire, which of course isn't a risk with the undergrounding options at all. So in the case of the Snowy transmission connection, which is, by the time you get to Bargo, it's about 10 kilometres by more than 100 metres wide, we're into 100 hectares. When we think about the irreplaceability factors that apply to particularly the alpine zone, the chance of an organisation like Transgrid being able to actually acquire offsets at the scale that are required, it's just not going to happen. You know, we've seen that again and again with major developments in national parks. They are irreplaceable, so they can't get those offsets, which means that we're potentially into billions of dollars in offset liabilities. So there is a bigger equation here. There's all sorts of problems with our current offsetting schemes in New South Wales, but at least they give us some sort of benchmark to the scale of impact that we're talking about in purely in financial terms. But if I could just emphasise that issue of initial impact isn't just the construction of the towers, it's all of the infrastructure, particularly roading and trails that are needed to access those trails. And then it's the fact that in most circumstances they're required to clear them on an ongoing basis. They are not just a passing phase in the life of this infrastructure, they are a permanent impact on those landscapes.
Yeah, just to be, I have been given leeway to ask one more question. Claire, just in relation to that billions of dollars potentially of offsets, so are they in the cost of what Transgrid has come out and said building the overhead power lines would cost compared to the underground lines? Have they factored in the potentially a couple of $1 billion in offsets in that?
They have for the broader, well, not in that case for billions, for the broader HumeLink, but I'm not aware for...
HumeLink, it's nearly $1 billion of offsets. For Snowy 2, it's about 15 million. You know, it's a pittance compared to the damage that is being caused to the park.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you all for coming today. Mr. Dunnett, in your opening statement, you gave a pretty distressing example of some real barriers that you've come across in regards to undergrounding. I'm wondering if you could go into a little bit more detail about those barriers and what needs to change to ensure that undergrounding can be done.
I guess the really critical one is that there's nowhere apparent in the planning system at the moment that allows an objective assessment of alternatives. There's a cursory assessment of alternatives that's supposed to be built into each and every environmental impact statement, but the reality is if an EIS was to conclude that there was a better alternative, what the proponent knows is that actually throws them back to the start of the process and they're commencing an entirely new EIS. And with these things being inevitably declared as critical state significant infrastructure, that's just not going to happen. So what we need is a way of making good proposals before we then test them in terms of their environmental impact. We're all relying on the EIS system to do that and on the way that the Department of Planning reviews those proposals. It's just not going to work for something which is fundamentally an equation at a statewide level about where and how we select routes that are going to inflict the lowest community, social, economic and environmental damage. And then once we've actually got those routes, how are we going to make the decision about where it's warranted to go to the additional expense of going underground versus where an overhead solution might be appropriate. And as I tried to allude to, we've got zero confidence that the Department of Planning is in any situation to make that broader judgment. It's either, I think that's one of the greatest challenges for this inquiry, in truth, is to actually construct a means of making sure that we have good, sound, well-considered proposals before they're even tested through the planning system.
Thank you. And it sounded as though, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounded as though that despite the court case running, that it seemed likely that you felt that overhead was still going to be pushed through. If that's the case, what sort of long-term effects into Kosciuszko are we potentially looking at?
Look, there's a broader issue with Kosciuszko, which was that it was subject to multiple assaults under the previous government, from the wild horse heritage legislation through to proposals to intensify resorts through Kosciuszko, through to allowance of commercial activities in wilderness zones, and then of course the Snowy 2 project. So Kosciuszko is a park that is under incredible duress, and essentially the worst sort of, all of those proposals that are still on the books degrade the overall ecological integrity of that park. It is an alpine landscape. Its values are fundamentally around its capacity to act as a unique set of ecosystems. Slashing through new overhead transmission lines is about the worst thing we can possibly do in that situation. We have campaigned so hard on the question of the undergrounding for Kosciuszko precisely because it is the one part of that difficult mix of considerations in Snowy 2 where there was actually an opportunity to significantly reduce the overall environmental impact of the Snowy 2 project on Kosciuszko. And yet what we saw was a purely commercial outcome rather than an outcome that actually treated the park as something which was precious in its own right.
Thank you. Ms Mumford, you also talked about the conservation of nature, and I just wanted to talk a little bit about, there was quite a few submissions as well that talked about local wildlife and the effects of undergrounding versus overhead. And I just wanted to get a bit more understanding from you about some of the effects on native animals or threatened animals, and the difference there in regards to above or undergrounding.
Yeah, certainly a key threatening process for the decline of a lot of our native species is deforestation and land clearing. You could see in the diagram that Mr Woodley held up the difference in terms of the footprint between above ground and undergrounding. Above ground clearing for above ground transmission lines means the destruction of a lot of that habitat, compared to a footprint for undergrounding, which would be clearing a much smaller area. And so what we're talking about really is threats to habitat, which we know is one of the key threatening species for the decline of, key threatening processes for the decline of many species.
Thank you. And I think Mr Woodley, that's right.
Sorry. Yeah. We'll hand over to government questions.
Thanks for your submissions and thanks for your time. I wanted to ask a question firstly about the environmental impacts of undergrounding, and you've talked about, and that's a question of both organisations, I think you've both talked about the obvious impact of excavating the trench and then burying the cable. Is there any other ongoing environmental impacts from undergrounding in terms of maintenance and associated infrastructure?
If I might start on that, I think one of the problems that we have is that when we talk about undergrounding, in many cases people are assuming that that's a reference to trenching. Yeah. And it's really important to remember that there's in fact multiple different options for undergrounding, and they all have a different impact profile. Trenching is the most impactful in that you have to literally dig a trench. Yeah. But there's also directional drilling where in fact it's, at the moment the technology is able to go about 1 kilometre between pads where you actually insert the directional drills so that you have a small area at kilometre intervals that are being impacted. But in the case of Kosciuszko, the most appropriate option is actually just a tunnel. And that's just using exactly the same technology that's already been used across that project. Yes, it is the most expensive of those options, but in some circumstances it's the most appropriate way of dealing with those sort of challenging situations. And in that case, the environmental impacts are really restricted to the exit and the entry holes, and then how you choose to dispose of the spoil. In the case of Kosci, it's going into the lakes, bizarrely, and also some sort of landscape generation. But the spoil is a big issue there. So you've got 3 different sort of profiles of environmental impact. But overall, because it is buried infrastructure, it's in a relatively narrow easement, it's far lower than the requirements to not only service the individual towers, but also to maintain the cleared easement underneath.
Thanks.
I can't add any more. Thank you.
Ms Mumford, would you like to respond to that? It's up to you.
I think Gary's just about covered it. Yeah.
Okay. So the other question I had was just to sort of bring together some things that have been put to us in submissions, I think accurately. I'm just curious what you would say to the suggestion that because of the urgent need to address climate change and because of the related need to bring the renewable energy sources online and ensure that the grid is catered for, what would you say to the suggestion that there's too much delay in undergrounding, essentially? And I know that brings in a whole broad range of issues, but I was just interested in a sort of global response to that.
I might just jump in first, Gary, and then hand to you. I think, what we've really tried to outline in our submission is it's not one or the other. Yep. We've been campaigning for a long time for the energy transition, precisely as you said, to address climate change, and we've been, really heartened to see the sort of rollout of the renewable energy zones. It doesn't have to come at the cost, at a cost to nature. And I think if we have the right laws in place and environmental laws and planning laws in place, it can happen in a way with the least possible impact on nature. In terms of your question around timeframes, even if there were a slight delay in rolling out transmission because of undergrounding, I think we really have to get that right and ensure that we're not transitioning to renewable energy at the expense of the environment.
Yeah. So would you say that there might, in your view, is there a special case for undergrounding in the national park as opposed to other areas of the state who might
absolutely,
be affected by undergrounding?
Yeah, I think any area of environmental or cultural significance absolutely should be given special consideration in terms of how we manage those areas.
Yeah. If I could add on the haste issue, again, sorry to bring it back to the prism of Snowy 2, but it's worth remembering that was a really urgent project when it was announced in 2017 and it was going to be completed in 3 years. We now know that Snowy 2 is unlikely to be completed this decade. There's a rolling end date which gets extended every 6 months to every year depending on the Senate estimates process. But that project proceeded as though there was never going to be a requirement to actually connect it to the grid. That was treated as a separate process that Transgrid was given responsibility for. It's a fairly bizarre idea. There is no way that there hasn't been more than ample opportunity to recognise the environmental sensitivity and actually plan for what might be a slightly longer construction period, but it's certainly in no way comparable to the inevitable delays that happen with these really big, complex energy generation projects. The transmission issue should not be the lag that drives us.
Can I just add, because I'm sure this afternoon you're going to be told that we're in a great rush here and we have to get moving, and Transgrid is up and ready for the job. But at this stage, in New South Wales alone, there are 5 projects costing $12 billion that are scheduled to be completed by 2027. You've got Central West Orana, you've got Energy Connect, HumeLink, New England Res and the Sydney Ring. Now, frankly, that's just impossible. It's just practically impossible. In fact, if they build one of those lines by 2027, they'll be going well. So the timeframes that people are putting and trying to achieve are just not viable. And in fact, the frenzy is just upping prices. It's just we don't have the capacity in New South Wales or Australia to build all of these lines that are proposed to be built. The other thing I should mention too is that these costs just keep on escalating. HumeLink was originally estimated to cost $1.1 billion. That was in 2018. A year ago it was 3.3 and now it's well above 3.3. So you're talking about 200% increases. So not only is the time frame moving out because of the impracticality of building it within this time frame, but the costs are increasing. And so many of us have been saying we just need to look at this issue far more rationally, not get spooked by the need to build all of these thousands of kilometres of transmission lines because they're needed yesterday, but to do it in a way that is practical and achievable and achieves the best results.
Thank you.
And we're building something that's going to last for 100 years, so we need to get it right. The fact it might take a year or two longer to build today will be irrelevant in 20, 30, 40 years.
Thanks, Mr. Woodley. That's my questions.
Thank you. I suppose all of you, to what extent do currently planned transmission lines impact on the national parks in New South Wales?
Well, at this stage, Kosciuszko, of course, but some of the other lines do skirt or are proposed to go through the edges of the national parks. Because the route of these lines has not yet finally been determined, we don't know exactly where they're going to go, but it's almost impossible in some cases to build from a line from A to B without going through either a national park or an area of great environmental significance.
And do you have any suggestions on how transmission infrastructure could be better planned to minimise any environmental impacts?
Well, I think to date these projects have been looked at project by project. We haven't seen evidence of there being an overall plan, and particularly an overall plan to use the latest technology. The plan is we're building a renewable energy zone in Arana, we need to connect it, so we'll just build an overhead transmission line. 500 kV double circuit seems to be the standard, so that's what we'll do. I have yet to see sort of an overall plan of the best way of and the priorities for building the new energy environment that we're talking about.
I think, sorry, if I could just jump in there. There's many problems with how the environment is currently being managed in New South Wales, and we know that because of the uplisting of species like koalas, greater gliders, gang cockatoos, under the Threatened Species Act. So we know we're not getting it right at the moment. Obviously, there's a whole lot of federal reform going on at the moment around how we manage environment in this country. And so I think, when we're talking about transitioning our energy system, which is obviously presenting, a significant challenge and from, planning perspective, from an environmental perspective, I think it is an opportunity to revisit how we manage for those impacts of all development, not just for transmission lines, because, we're clearly, there's something not right when you have such iconic species on the decline. I think one of the things that's been proposed at the federal level is having no-go zones. So there's areas that are just too precious, that can't be replaced, can't be offset. There's such small areas of critical ecological communities left that just shouldn't be touched. And so, I think having areas that are just simply no-go zones, and then, as a starting place, and then, where there are development or, transmission that's required, then we look at ways that we can do that with the most minimal impact on the environment. And, obviously undergrounding is one way of doing that.
If I could just add that, look, I think if you were to ask what's the greatest current weakness of our planning framework in New South Wales at the moment, it's our inability to deal with cumulative impacts. We've got a system that's entirely focused on the individual development footprints. If there was ever a situation where we need to think in a genuinely strategic way and do a genuine strategic plan, surely it is actually in terms of the routing of these transmission lines, because their cumulative impacts are going to be immense. If we let it to default to the individual projects, we're going to get a really bad outcome. So we need to have that strategic plan up front that actually puts the vision and makes some of those assessments about how do you provide the lightest possible footprint across the landscape right from the get-go, and then let the normal planning system deal with it. But if we just rely on EISs to do this, we will fail.
Thank you. My time has almost expired for questions. So I thank you all very much for attending this hearing today. Committee members may have additional questions for you after the hearing, and the Secretariat will contact you in relation to these questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to our next set of witnesses for joining us. I'd now like to welcome you both. Could each witness, starting from my left, please state their name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation.
I'm Andrew Dyer, the Australian Energy Infrastructure Commissioner, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given be me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Can you hear me? I'm James Cox. I'm Acting Chair of the Australian Energy Regulator, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Would you like to start by making a short statement? Please keep to no more than a couple of minutes.
I did make a submission yesterday. Would the members have received that?
Yes.
So that probably lays out our role and our views on certain things. So I'm happy to take that as read in the interest of time.
Okay, move on to questions in that case. Or, do you have any short statement opening remarks?
With your agreement, Chair, I'd like to make a brief opening statement. So thank you very much for the opportunity to make an opening statement and to present to you today. I'd like to begin by giving you a brief overview of the AER's roles and functions with a focus on our role in regulating network businesses. The AER's purpose is to ensure that energy consumers are better off now and in the future. Our functions relate mostly to energy markets in eastern and southern Australia, where we regulate wholesale and retail electricity and gas markets and energy networks under national energy legislation and rules. The AER regulates 30 gas and electricity network businesses with a combined asset base of over $115 billion, with network electricity costs contributing about 40 to 50% to a consumer's bill from their retailer. Our primary role in this respect is setting the maximum amount of revenue that network businesses can earn and the price that they can charge for regulated services. This is to ensure that consumers pay no more than necessary for their energy. The AER reviews revenue proposals submitted by electricity and gas network businesses every 5 years, and this process is known as the reset process. This is one stage at which businesses can provide a proposal to us, which may include undergrounding works. However, often this is not the case because the cost of undergrounding works makes it difficult to meet our prudency and efficiency requirements. Where undergrounding has met prudent and efficient costs, the AER has previously considered and approved undergrounding works. Overall, we make our decision after considering multiple factors, such as the extent and level to which a network business engages with community consultation, weighing up prudent and efficient costs, network reliability, and taking into account the necessary safety standards. Beyond the 5-year revenue setting process, businesses can also apply to the AER for approval of the costs associated with major capital projects, such as transmission projects. These we call contingent projects and are dealt with separately because whether they will proceed is not sufficiently well known at the time we make our 5-yearly determination. Under the national framework, transmission and distribution network service providers must apply a cost-benefit test referred to as the regulatory investment test, or RIT-T to its friends, before building major electricity network infrastructure, such as transmission lines or interconnectors. The purpose of this test is to assess a range of credible options that could address a need in the electricity network and then identify options to maximise the net economic benefits for the market. These options may include undergrounding. The AER has a number of specific roles in relation to major transmission capital projects. First, the AER is responsible for establishing and amending the cost-benefit analysis guidelines on the application of AEMO's integrated system plan and regulatory investment test for transmission guidelines. The cost-benefit guidelines are used to determine the optimal development of the national electricity market through the lowest system costs associated with generation, storage and transmission investment. And the RIT-Ts are cost-benefit analyses that network businesses must perform and consult on before making major investments in their networks. A key function of the ISP is to identify actionable ISP projects in the optimal development path for the national electricity market. Where projects are identified as actionable, a RIT proponent must complete the RIT-T. On completion of a RIT-T for an actionable ISP project, the RIT-T proponent must seek confirmation the preferred option in the RIT-T aligns with the optimal development plan in the most recent integrated system plan. If the preferred option does not align with the most recent ISP, AEMO must update the ISP. When undertaking RITs, network businesses must give due consideration to what options are available before identifying the best way to address a need on their network. And the AER regularly reviews aspects of these guidelines to ensure they remain fit for purpose. Secondly, the AER monitors and enforces compliance with the ISP and RIT requirements in the national electricity rules, as well as any disputes regarding the application of the ISP and the RIT-T to ensure stakeholder confidence in the process. We also require to publish ISP review reports on the transparency of AEMO's explanation of the key inputs and assumptions and on the outputs of the draft ISP to ensure key aspects of the ISP are adequately explained to stakeholders. And lastly, for projects where the ISP has been completed and for an actionable ISP project, AEMO has confirmed that the preferred option aligns with the most recent ISP, the AER also considers contingent project applications for network businesses to enable them to recover their revenue for significant projects. Our role includes reviewing the costs of the project guided by the national electricity rules to ensure the costs are prudent and efficient and consumers will pay no more than necessary to deliver the project. Our role is not to assess whether an investment should be made or what design it should have, including whether a particular route should be taken. We recognise additional investment will be required to replace the ageing infrastructure, including more renewables, additional flexible and dispatchable generation, capacity and new transmission. We also understand that the market reform will be fundamental to ensure that the transition is delivered at least cost in an orderly manner. The introduction of renewable energy zones across Australia is an example of one such change. Here in New South Wales, the AER has been appointed regulator under the Electricity Infrastructure Roadmap, making revenue determinations on monopoly network infrastructure and annual contribution determinations. Our revenue determination role includes overseeing the robustness of any contestable processes used to procure transmission projects to support a renewable energy zone. Our role is to ensure that consumers pay no more than necessary as the sector transitions. So that completes my statement. Thank you for your attention. I think this is quite complicated stuff, so I thought it was useful to explain it all at the outset, but happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I'll move to the opposition for questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much for making yourselves available today and for submissions and also opening statements where applicable. What I'll do is I'll ask a question of you both. I'll start with answers from Professor Dyer, then you, Mr. Cox, in turn. So the first question is in relation to consultation. What do you consider to be adequate consultation for a project?
Now, you're talking about a transmission project, a new build?
For something like HumeLink,
Yep.
perhaps
Okay.
might help.
Just a few comments, and again, and the report is quite verbose on this. You can't build a power line without the landholder's consent. I mean, you could force it through legislation, but you do need to get the landholders to be on board. Because we haven't built projects of this scale in transmission for a long time, we're really having to rebuild the industry from scratch. I mean, just about any artefact that you might think you would need, whether it's a landholder guide or an option for easement agreement, a land access agreement, I'm getting photographed here, all of that needed to be built. So, so the sort of issues that came, say, with HumeLink were fundamental things like the landholders wanted to know, what am I going to get paid? How is that calculated? When do I get paid? And so on and so forth. What happens during construction? What happens if at end of life? What happens if the route changes? So, landholders have raised with me and others, genuine concerns and questions that I would certainly have as a landholder if a power line was coming my way.
Mr. Cox?
We haven't looked at community consultation in relation to transmission projects specifically, but we do look at it very much in our reset process, and we have turned our minds towards what is adequate consultation in the process of a reset. And the things we look, and incidentally, we have published a document called the Better Resets Handbook that sets out in some detail what we do expect, and we can certainly make that available to the committee were that to be useful. But just to sort of summarise some of that, probably the most important thing in my view is that the consultation must be entered into genuinely with a willingness to learn. There are various consultation techniques, and all of them can be used, I think, to generate the result you want. So I think it's the intention of the business going in to the consultation, being willing to listen and, if necessary, adopt their proposal in response to what has been said. We also look as to whether the consultation has been done over a broad enough range of issues and whether it's been done in sufficient depth to ensure that consumers have opportunity to talk about what they want to talk about, which may not be what the business would like them to talk about. So those are the sorts of things we look at, but we have a lot of material which we could draw the committee's attention were that to be useful.
Thank you. So in, for example, the instance where consultation is started on a project and that project is defined by, for example, overhead transmission from a site which, let's say, we'll use Snowy 2.0, and it's cutting through areas in the Snowy Valleys Council, effectively like HumeLink. Is it satisfactory that consultation goes out and talks to landholders about that project, or is it perhaps a more critical issue that when that consultation is occurring, the landholders are saying, we would prefer, instead of overhead power lines, we would prefer it to be undergrounded? Now, I noted, Mr. Cox, in your opening statement, you talked about that you don't specify, the project itself, as in, you're not making, I guess, judgment calls about the project itself, but where that consultation is directly asking for something else to achieve the outcome, what weight does that have? I'll start with you, Professor Dyer, then I'll ask you again, Mr. Cox.
Well, it's a very good question. And it comes down to why are you building the line in the first place? Now, if you're building it from A to B, and that is a long distance, and if you were told you've got to put it underground or else, then you have no choice but to use DC technology for long lengths. Anything longer than 50 kilometres really needs to be DC. Now, if your other requirement is to, in fact, add projects along the line, such as wind farms or solar farms, it is very expensive, if not impossible, to connect and plug into an underground DC line. So the fundamental requirement needs to be specified clearly up front in terms of what you're trying to achieve. Then you need to look at other considerations as well in terms of the, you talked about the Snowy Mountains. If you go to the West Blowering Dam, there you'll see an incredible example of how an overhead power line can cascade down the hill. If you were to drill that and put that underground, that would be a remarkable piece of engineering. But firstly, you've got to decide, why are we building the line? Do we intend to tap into it and tap out of it? And that then actually frames the solution you need to then consult on and do it well.
Okay. Ms. Cox?
What we'd say is that what's required is a cost-benefit analysis, so it's important to look at both benefits and costs, and we will be looking to see that those things have been adequately defined in our role in supervising the RIT process. But I think it's necessary to look at both our benefits and costs, and obviously one of the problems with undergrounding, as I think I said, is that it can be very expensive, and those costs have to be weighed against the advantages that undergrounding might give.
Okay.
I would expect that to be done, I think.
So I guess we're now looking at two different solutions to the problem. Obviously, there is a DC underground system or above ground system AC that you can in effect tap into. Where does the community's view around their requirements, their amenity, the risk that perhaps overhead power lines pose versus undergrounding, where does that weigh in relation to things like cost? And I know, Mr. Cox, again, in your opening statement, you talked about the making sure that consumers weren't burdened with extra cost. How do we manage those two competing factors? And then I guess the other factors in being able to tap in and out, where do we find the balance?
I'm batting first.
You're always going to bat first, Mr. Dyer,
Yes.
unless I... Yeah.
Done. Well, again, if the requirement is to tap in and add projects along the way, you really need to, you're limited sensibly to do above ground. Even if undergrounding was half the cost of above ground, you would still need to do that and do it properly. The interesting part is the undergrounding impact on neighbours and community is much less. There'll be construction impacts, of course, but the impact on the host landholder can be quite significant and severe. I was conciliating a matter the other week with a landholder who is a candidate for undergrounding on their property, and it's a very high-end horticultural property, and the damage that would be done to that property to construct would be long-lasting and quite traumatic, I would think, for the landholder. Whereas if you went overhead, you'd put one tower there. But when you do put a tower, you've got neighbours to consider. They've got visual impacts. You've got the broader community issues. So you need a planning scheme and a financial model that takes those matters into account and resolves them where you can.
Right. Mr. Cox.
It's good going second, by the way, so thank you for the opportunity.
That's right, it's because I got more faith in Mr. Dyer to... No, I'm joking.
He's Jeff Boycott.
Look, for us, it's a matter... I think you're right. There's desirable objectives possibly competing with one another, and that's not uncommon in the world of energy, so that's something we're used to. What we would expect is that proponents would understand the views of the community, understand the benefits the community sees, attempt to quantify them where possible, but then set them against the cost in determining what might be the optimal route. Because bear in mind, at the end of the day, all these things have to be paid for by energy consumers. We know that affordability is a matter of great concern to all of us, and we have a concern that we do not needlessly worsen the affordability pressures that are so strong. So that's certainly a major thing that's part of our thinking as well.
So we've talked about the way that consultation occurs with the community. We've talked about how there's different, outcomes depending on which solution is selected. And we've talked about the impacts on the community's landholders, but also the cost impacts and how we've got to weigh those up. In relation to something like HumeLink, which we've heard a lot about today, is there a requirement that we have to provide the opportunity to tap in with further projects into the future, or is it effectively a means of distributing renewable power to and from Snowy 2.0 so that we can discharge and recharge a effectively huge battery and have that power distributed to larger metropolitan centres like Adelaide, Melbourne, Sydney, etc.? Or are we looking at creating this link that will allow further renewable projects to be tapped into it? Because it seems that is the critical question about what we're hoping to achieve with this project. That will then provide some view as to whether undergrounding and relieving some of the communities with the burden of having these overhead power lines is the nub of it. Who is specifying that we have to be able to tap into and increase the number of renewable projects along this route?
I may defer to my second batsman, but usually it comes down to the business case. If the business case for the project includes the benefit and the ability to attach wind farms and solar farms and batteries to the power line along the route, then that then drives the requirement. There will be cases where it's a point-to-point solution. There's an underground DC line that runs between Redcliffe, south of Mildura, across to Renmark, and that stacked up, and that works perfectly. Much smaller voltage than what we're talking about with HumeLink. So it should reflect on the business case and give more.
And before I serve up my speedball down the line, I just wanted to ask because I can tell you that my community, and I live in Wagga, is already concerned about the number of renewable projects that are being that are using prime agricultural land in areas like the Riverina, and so the idea that HumeLink is, by going overhead, going to provide even greater opportunity for more renewable projects which are going to then have impacts on prime agricultural land is going to be of great concern to the people that live along the routes that will see these overhead power lines going in.
Yes, well, no good deed goes unpunished. That if you then create that environment, then that creates that opportunity. But my view, which is in our report, Section 8, Appendix A, says that you need proper top-down planning, and you should have an approach that appropriately lays out where these projects are going, so that you don't have cumulative effects and unnecessary impacts on agriculture.
We might move to the cross branch for questions now. The member's time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We heard this morning, and this is sort of a broad question for either or both of you, but we heard this morning that there's potential health impacts, human health impacts from overhead transmissions compared to underground transmissions. And one of the submissions also said that it can result in adverse electromagnetic exposure. Are there human health issues that we should actually consider in these projects?
Might defer to.
Not, I think, to our knowledge, put it that way. I mean, we're not the experts on the health implications. I mean, that possibly is a question best addressed to the project proponent, which I think is transgrid, but we're not aware of any issues.
Okay, thank you. One submission that we also received explained that while Australia generally uses HVAC technology, that there are more efficient technologies available that better transmit renewable energies. I don't know if you're able to expand on that to give us a bit more information, if you have any knowledge in that space.
I'd be curious to know what the technologies were. Today it really is AC or DC, which can be both above ground or below ground with the limitations we've discussed. If there's a better mousetrap out there, we'd be keen to know, but that's where it sits today. What I should say is that the higher rating of the line gives you more capacity for what you might connect. So in very rough numbers, a 220 kilovolt power line might allow you to connect 500 megawatts of generation capacity. A 500 kilovolt line is more like 2200 megawatts. So it's not quite an exponential curve, but it's not a straight line. So hence the HumeLink and Project Energy Connect and VNI West, which are all rated or will be rated at 500 kV, does maximise the amount you can connect to that asset.
So if I can just add something,
please.
I mean, it's worth thinking about now if the transmission links don't go ahead, what's the alternative? And there probably is things like batteries or more gas-fired generation to firm the network. And there will be a cost implication for that as well. So that's also worth thinking about. That probably the building the transmission links, I think, as our understanding, is the cheapest way to get additional renewable generation to the load centres where it's needed.
Thank you. And does the type of renewable energy affect the kind of infrastructure that's needed? I know you sort of touched on that already, but will that sort of change, the best way depending on how that renewable energy is sourced?
It shouldn't. There are certain things you need to do as a result of generating renewable energy in terms of synchronous and asynchronous and rotating stuff that with the current that gets very technical, and I won't delve into that. The other key to it, and just picking up on Mr. Cox's point, is that you really build new transmission for one of two things. One is to either unlock capacity. You might have lots of solar farms and wind farms connected to the existing grid, but they can't get their power away at all times because there are too many assets competing for the capacity of the cable. Or you're unlocking geography. You're opening up geography where there is no or limited generation capacity because of the lack of grid. So they're the two principles, and a business case should articulate those things well and properly that would go to Mr. Cox's shop for assessment.
Thank you.
I mean, I suppose the most important thing is location, is where the renewable energy is located. And it tends to be remote from the load centres, so it requires transmission to link the two.
Sorry, can you explain that a bit more? So because they're remote?
Because they're remote, there tend to be areas like southwest New South Wales or New England or central west Arana, which are distant from the load centres. You need additional links. That's probably the most important factor determining why we need to build this additional transmission.
Right, okay, thank you. That's it from me.
So in relation to HumeLink, who ultimately pays for that? Like, who's paying for the construction ultimately?
Ultimately, it's consumers in New South Wales who will pay through their electricity bills. I mean, HumeLink's going to be constructed by Translink, so ultimately find its way into an AER network determination at some stage. But on the way through, there's this contingent project process that we explained.
Yeah. So thank you.
Remarks.
So the owner, the developer, Snowy 2.0, they don't pay for the connection because of the regulatory environment,
the
correct?
regulatory environment doesn't require them to pay, no.
It doesn't require them to pay, it requires consumers to pay, and only consumers?
Only consumers, yes, is the way the things are at the moment. I suppose the other thing that's around and important is the government has got ideas about concessional financing of these transmission links, and were that to go ahead, that will reduce the amount that consumers have to pay. So that's another possibility that's being considered at the moment.
Is it? I suppose it's a result of history that we have this regulatory environment that dictates that the consumer, and only the consumer, pays for this transmission infrastructure. Shouldn't we consider regulatory change to potentially split that between, say, the proponent, the developer, the government, and yes, potentially the consumer?
Let's see. I mean, I think the idea that generators should contribute is one that's around. I mean, I think there's respectable arguments in that direction. So, I certainly wouldn't want to rule that out.
I mean, Transgrid does pay their, CEOs, their executives, quite a bit of money, yet the consumer is expected to pay. It does seem kind of last century thinking,
in the
Mr.
sense
Cox.
of Transgrid, I mean, they get a regulated rate of return, which they tell us is fairly low. So, I mean, that determines how much profit they can get. I think they're worthwhile arguments to say that perhaps generators should be required to make a contribution to some of the costs of these links that may be of particular benefit to them. So that certainly is an idea in good standing, but it's not the way the system works at the moment, and obviously requires some change. I think government contributions are being considered through the concessional financing route that I mentioned earlier.
And another way to do that, of course, would be regulatory change.
Yeah, I mean, that's another possibility. But the way the system works at the moment puts the responsibility on consumers unless something else happens.
So I just wanted to just explore, and that comes down to, that impacts the requirement for Transgrid, for transmission infrastructure to be assessed as lowest cost, doesn't it?
No,
because
I don't.
Is there any link, though, in terms of needing to provide the lowest cost to the consumer or not?
let's see, there's a cost-benefit test, which means that the link that's provided is the one that provides the greatest net benefits. So you have to look at what are the benefits of the link. And the benefits are essentially allowing low-cost energy to flow through to consumers. So that's the benefit of the link. And then you have to look at the cost of the link and balance the two of those. So I think the system tries to find the one that provides the greatest net benefit rather than necessarily the lowest cost.
Yeah, because I wanted to explore that a little bit further, actually. So the benefits and costs, how are, for example, the costs? So where does environmental externalities, for example, come into this analysis that's undertaken?
Yes, they come in a number of ways. Firstly, obviously, as Mr. Dyer was talking about, there are costs of meeting the requirements of landholders and the community regarding areas of particular environmental value. And we looked at the South Australian New South Wales interconnect, and there we did make allowance for the costs of biodiversity offsets, and quite a substantial amount. Also, very importantly, as you may know, the government is changing the national electricity objective to specifically take into account emissions reduction. And once that legislation goes through, I think in the South Australian Parliament later this year, then we'll be required to look at environmental benefits and emissions reduction benefits in undertaking this work, including the work on the RITC that I was discussing earlier. So that will affect our decision making.
Okay, and have you looked into, say, that in terms of this whole assessment process, what the impacts of future extreme weather events, the scale of fires that we're seeing now, which are really mega fires, I don't think we can call them bushfires anymore, extreme storms. Just a couple of weeks ago, Selwyn Ski Resort was in operation because of the failure of power lines, and that will only get worse in terms of extreme weather. So how is that taken into consideration when weighing up costs and benefits, if indeed it is?
Yes, we're looking at the revenue redetermination processes for the 3 New South Wales businesses, and they've all proposed expenditure to deal with resilience issues. I think particularly essential that went through the floods in the northern part of New South Wales. It's very close to their minds. So they have made proposals to us for increased expenditure to improve community resilience. And that they have run through their community engagement program. And interestingly, there's strong support for that.
Can I just check with that and just explore? I'm sorry, Professor Dyer, that I haven't gone to you yet, but I'm just
I'm waiting.
I'm really wanting to get. Can I just check with that resilience? With that resilience, does that mean if they're asking for additional funding, are they coming back and suggesting that some of that additional funding is for things like because of the extreme flooding that we're seeing in certain places that we should be looking at more underground transmission? Is that something that the agency is actively dealing with?
I don't know whether they're proposing undergrounding. I mean, my colleagues might be able to help me.
Sounds very radical.
But they're certainly proposing additional expenditure to improve the resilience of the system, and also to improve the way in which the community can respond when one of these adverse events takes place. So there's a lot of proposals there along those lines. We're in the process of considering those. We'll make, I think, a draft decision in September. So we're sort of thinking about how we should respond to that. So that's certainly something that is very much on our minds at the moment. The other thing, sorry.
I just got to say that largely what you're talking about is the distribution network. That's the
in
high
places
voltage.
like Lismore.
Yes.
But making the point as well.
Yeah. So now Mr. Cox's operation looks after that as well. But it's the fire risk and the flood risk and the outage risk is usually from the distribution network, not the high voltage transmission network.
Thank you. We'll move to government questions now.
Thanks for your submissions and your time this afternoon. I just might start on that question of bushfire risk or fire risk. I was wondering if you could explain more which mode of transmission compared, or talking about high voltage transmission via lower voltage in the distribution network. Could you expand a bit on the bushfire risks of each of those modes of transmission?
So if you define high voltage transmission as being, say, 220 kV and higher, the risk of that igniting a fire is virtually zero. And you may wish to read a document that we contributed heavily to that was put out by the the Energy Safe Victoria earlier this year that describes the rationale and the facts behind that. Right. And that was prepared by the ESV, the Country Fire Authority, and my office. So your risk is more, again, the distribution network with pole top fires and fuses that jump to the ground that are red hot, and so on and so forth.
So what's the sort of reason why the higher voltage network poses such a dramatically lower risk in terms of bushfires? Is it because of the sort of strength of the structures, they're higher, or is it something more about the electricity? Excuse my gross ignorance of these matters.
No, well, you're doing well. Exactly. It's the easement, which you need to maintain properly, and there are rules around that and legislation about how that's maintained. And there's, as you say, the sheer height of the cables above the ground, and the steel structure is not wooden posts.
Okay. So just to now address a question to you both, I wanted to put to you something that is in a submission from Transgrid to us. It says that Transgrid formed or brought about a feasibility study scope of works on undergrounding the Hume link, and it found that undergrounding would increase the cost and delay completion by up to 5 years. And they said in that study scope of works that would pose a risk to the energy transmission network because it was essential the infrastructure is completed by 2026. So I was just curious whether you're aware of that study scope of works and whether you agree with it in essence.
Well, again, if I go back to my earlier discussion, it's about getting the requirement right, and then you look at the cost. But if you're not meeting the requirement in the most sensible way, then the comparison becomes irrelevant. So I'm assuming that HumeLink requires not only to get power from Wagga and Peck up to Sydney, to Bannaby, but also power from the Snowy scheme. But its intention also is to have the ability to build power stations along the route to diversify and increase the state's capacity for power generation.
Yeah. Have you got any thoughts on that?
Look, I'm not personally aware of the study you're referring to. I think the requirement is for these transmission lines to go through a cost-benefit assessment. The concern about undergrounding would be it increases the cost substantially, making these lines harder to build, and thus, given the emphasis on building new transmission links and our electricity strategy, perhaps delaying or putting that strategy at risk.
Okay.
So that'll be our concern, I think.
It was put this morning in broad terms that the preference for above ground transmission networks demonstrates a focus on minimising short-term costs at the expense of consideration, I suppose, of more medium and long-term costs. Just wondering what your response would be to that suggestion or criticism that's been made.
Look,
I'm talking about the Hume link.
I don't think we'd agree with the criticism. We require the proponent to undertake a cost-benefit analysis that weighs benefits against the costs. So any additional costs of undergrounding versus not undergrounding in the long term will be taken into account in that assessment. So it's certainly a long-term assessment. And yes, it's important that the benefits of alternative options are considered carefully, and that's required. And obviously, if we thought that wasn't being done adequately, well, we would draw that to people's attention.
Okay. What's your thoughts on that, Professor? I'm talking about this idea that the preference for above grounding is demonstrating a focus on minimising short-term costs but not considering long-term costs.
Yeah, I'd be keen to understand what the long-term costs were and how they were derived that are creating the economics to change.
Okay. So it's been suggested, I think, that undergrounding overall is more cost effective when you take a proper sort of view of it. I take it that you wouldn't agree with that.
Oh, it depends. I cited before the Murray Link line between Red Cliffs and Renmark. That was cost justified.
Yeah.
Another example is we had a situation in Victoria where we had 3 wind farms trying to connect to the same terminal substation at Terang, and the last player there, Moore Lake South Wind Farm by Acciona, took the decision to go underground because the cumulative effect down the road of all these wires would have been just completely unacceptable.
Yeah.
Now, that was at quite a premium cost to do that as opposed to above ground, but it was the right thing to do, and it solved what could have been some very difficult community reactions.
Yeah. And do you have a specific view about the HumeLink project in that regard, about whether undergrounding that would be best value for money in the long term, taking into account all factors?
Well, again, if the requirement is the ability to tap into it up and down the route, then that's not going to change. In fact, once you've built these things, you can't then put under. Once you've built the wind farms and the solar farms along the route, you can't just sort of flip it down into an underground mode. So it's fit for purpose design, and then you go from there.
Thanks.
I wouldn't want to give the impression we were against undergrounding per se.
No.
I mean, there are cases where it is justified, but you have to weigh up the benefits and the costs.
Yeah.
For a long project such as HumeLink, that may be the additional costs will be substantial.
Yeah, and that was certainly made clear in your submission, Professor Dye, wasn't it? That it's horses for courses, if I can put it that way.
Yeah, you need to look at the topography. You're going up and down mountains and hills. You can only trench on flat ground or near flat ground. So if you've got lots of hills, you need to drill or tunnel, and you're getting into some very serious engineering there. And you've also got the impacts on agriculture. So you need to look at the current land use, the topography, the business requirement, and all of those things may have an impact on cost, but aren't about costs alone.
Yeah. Thanks. Thanks, Chair.
I was hoping this question to the Energy Infrastructure Commissioner to elaborate why this new transmission infrastructure is required in New South Wales.
So we're moving from a highly centralised power generation grid system, which we have in Victoria, where I'm from, and certainly in New South Wales around the Hunter, to a very distributed generation approach, which is the nature of the beast with renewables. So you need a diversity of geography to position the generating plant where the resource is best. So you'll tend to find solar farms tend to go better west of the Great Divide, and you tend to put wind farms where it's windy. So, and of course we haven't talked about offshore wind and the implications there, but you need to diversify in geography to capture the best resource, and you also need to diversify the type of generation, which is predominantly wind and solar, because they have different attributes from balancing the security of the horticultural type ag production.
To double the final easement.
Yes, because you need to, you dig your 2 trenches,
Yep.
and then you've got trucks and cranes and whatever running up and down the side of it to put the cables into the ground.
And that needs to be established on an ongoing basis to allow.
Once it's done, you fill the trenches in. You do away with the construction easement,
Yep.
but you need to allow for that when you're looking at the amount of land that you need to give up and make available to the proponent.
For sure. Just a question to the energy, chief of Mr. Cox now, sorry. How would the AER consider proposals from transmission providers to underground transmission infrastructure?
Right. It comes in a number of phases. The first phase is our cost-benefit analysis, and there we would expect the proponent to do the analysis, not us, but we would expect them to consult with their communities, understand what the benefits of undergrounding were, quantify the benefits to the extent possible, weigh them against the costs, and then come up with the proposal that best maximises net benefits to people in the market. So that's stage 1. Stage 2, they come to us for a application to increase the amount of money that can be recovered through customers through a contingent project application. There we would expect them to have gone through the cost-benefit process. Very importantly, if we find, as often is the case, that costs are increasing through time, we'd expect them to go and reconfirm with AEMO, Australian Energy Market Operator, that the proposal was still on their optimal development plan, so that's required. And then we'd look at the prudent, efficient costs of undertaking the project and allow only those costs to be recovered from consumers.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that concludes our session for this hearing. Thank you to you both for your time. Thank you for attending this hearing. Committee members may have additional questions for you after the hearing, and the Secretariat will contact you in relation to those questions. Thank you. get underway. I now welcome our next set of witnesses. Have we started? Now welcome our next set of witnesses. Could each witness, starting from my left, please state their name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation.
Hi, I'm Marie Jordan. I am the Executive General Manager of Network for Transgrid. And I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
So I'm Brett Redmond, the CEO for Transgrid. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Jeremy Roberts, the Project Director for HumeLink from Transgrid. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Would any of you like to start by making a short statement? If you could please keep it short to no more than a couple of minutes.
Yes, I'll just make a statement. Thank you, Chair.
Sure.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this inquiry. I know that there are community members who will be speaking to the committee about the impacts that transmission lines will have on their property, and I want to acknowledge that this is a difficult time of change. We are committed to helping property owners and the broader community to mitigate the impacts of our projects, but we are acutely aware that it remains a process that can have significant impacts on people's well-being. Transgrid is the operator and manager of Australia's most important electricity transmission network. We operate a 13,000 kilometre high voltage transmission network in New South Wales and the ACT. Our network provides electricity to more than 3 million homes and businesses and enables energy trading between Australia's three largest states. We support the Australian and New South Wales government's climate strategy to cut domestic carbon emissions to net zero by 2050. The transition will not only deliver a clean energy future, it is essential to easing the growing cost of living pressures on Australians by reducing customer power bills with cheaper energy from renewables. There will be no transition without transmission. Transgrid's projects like Energy Connect, HumeLink and VNI West form nation-critical infrastructure at the heart of the Australian Energy Market Operators, or AEMO's 2022 Integrated System Plan. Without an urgent acceleration in building transmission infrastructure, New South Wales will not be able to connect the renewable energy zones to the grid to move clean energy from where it's generated to where it is needed. Every dollar spent on transmission is projected to return more than twice this in benefits to customers. The route design and cost of delivering transmission projects are subject to significant review and engagement with stakeholders, including the Australian Energy Regulator. The AER must be satisfied that the total investment is both prudent and efficient in terms of the cost to deliver the project, because it has a direct impact on customer bills. The AER would not accept the cost of undergrounding HumeLink because it would result in an unacceptable increase in the project cost of 3 to 10 times. Undergrounding would also delay delivery of HumeLink by 3 to 5 years, posing an unacceptable risk to consumers in terms of energy reliability and network security, and slowing down the integration of cleaner and cheaper renewable energy into the grid. If HumeLink is not delivered on time in 2026, it will jeopardise network reliability. It is also not technically feasible for the type of transmission line required for this project. As I mentioned at the start, Transgrid is working hard to reduce the impacts and deliver genuine and lasting benefits for local communities, making our energy transition possible. We will continue to maximise the economic and social benefits to local communities with our major projects creating jobs, developing skills, providing educational opportunities, supporting local businesses and boosting essential community facilities and services. Thank you.
Thank you. Now move to questions.
Thank you. Thank you for appearing today and obviously making a submission and giving up your time to appear before us. Mr. Redmond, in relation to the insistence that the transmission lines are overhead, is this in relation to cost, or is it in relation to the fact that you will then be able to tap in and have more renewable projects accessing the feed line that is HumeLink in the Riverina. What's the priority here?
So I guess the biggest driver of undergrounding versus the overhead cables is cost. If you spend enough money, anything is technically possible, but practically not. So some of the discussion that often comes up is the difference between AC and DC. You know, this is sort of one of the big debates, if you like. And very simplistically, the way energy is transported, and I'm not an electrical engineer, so I'll give you the layman's view. I've got a couple of engineers who can give the technical view if you want to get into it. But there's two ways to transport electricity, AC and DC. Globally, it's worked out that AC is the primary form of moving energy around, and a lot of it's got to do with the cost of connecting. DC has benefits. It has lower line losses, it creates less heat, but the cost to connect into it is prohibitive. So if you look globally, what happens is, and Senator, hopefully I'm addressing your question, if you look globally, you typically would never think about a DC line connection for under about 300 or 400 kilometres because the cost of connection is very expensive. So anywhere that you find them, the German Südlink is a good example of a DC connection. It runs about 700 kilometres. It's there to connect the wind in the North Sea down to Munich. But the big part of it, the big thing to watch for in it, is it doesn't stop anywhere along the way. It's like one big superhighway where no one gets on or off. From a dollar's point of view, the difference between connecting into an AC line versus a DC line, it orders of magnitude. It's about $100 to $150 million to create a connection point for renewables into an AC line. It's about $400 or $500 million to create the same kind of connection point for a DC line. So if we come back to the prime purpose of why are we building HumeLink, there's a couple of reasons, including energy security, creating an energy superhighway to move energy up and down the coast. But one of the big reasons is to connect renewable energy. And at $400 or $500 million a connection point, those renewable energy projects aren't economically viable. So if we're going to do it for the purpose of connecting renewable energy, we have to do it with a type of transmission line that allows people to economically connect. So that gets you to the point where you go, okay, I've got to connect to AC and not DC. And then the second thing you've got to look at is then can you underground AC? And AC is very difficult to underground because it does generate a lot of heat. And so Marie can talk to a lot more detail and Jeremy can give you a lot more detail. But a couple of things to focus on. One, we've scoured the globe, and the longest transmission AC project that we can find in the globe is about 40 kilometres. And again, that goes to the prohibitive cost that's there. So in answer to your question, technically, if you spend enough money, you can do kind of anything. But in a world where there's immense pressure on customer bills, to head down that DC route, the transmission line alone, in an AC sense, that 3 to 10 times is prohibitive. You put the DC in, you wipe out the economics of renewable projects.
And I think that's something that's become quite apparent, not only during this hearing, but also in discussions around these projects in general, where there's impact on landholders, impact on community, is that it's consistently a battle between cost versus impact and how we measure those things up. But in this instance, we have a community that I've heard a lot from. I live in Wagga, and I obviously am aware from those stakeholders that are going to be impacted by HumeLink that these transmission lines overhead are going to have massive impact on the amenity, the land use, the impact on the communities, and obviously there's the risk as well around fire and the like. So where you say that this cost is between, say, 3 and 10% higher for undergrounding as opposed to overhead, and obviously there are connection issues with DC versus AC, how are you balancing the want of the community to have this thing undergrounded against bills of the wider population? Because it seems to me that you're asking this community to bear the brunt of this overhead monstrosity so that people in metropolitan areas can have cheaper power bills. Now, I have a big problem with that, but I also have a problem with the fact that if it's around cost alone, that's one thing. If it's around putting more renewable projects in prime agricultural land, which is what we have along that corridor that you're going to put HumeLink in my area, we already have concerns about those renewable projects, and I think the community needs to know that as well.
So, Senator, your points are valid. I've spent quite a lot of time in Wagga. I've spent a lot of time walking properties. I've listened to landowners. I've had them show me where the lines are going to go. I'll come back to bushfires. I've had them talk to me about the just horrible impact of bushfire and the emotional scar that that's left behind. It is really difficult. One of the hardest parts about our job is going out to property owners and to local communities and talking about building big linear infrastructure. Some of the challenges that we have, just to sort of give you a simple example, we're trying to work out, look at a route, should it go a bit to the left and should it go a bit to the right? Left will impact 12 homes, right will impact 10 homes. I've sat in those sorts of discussions. You end up having to go, okay, we're going to have to go the 10-home route because that is marginally less impact. The people on the 10-home route will look at you and go, why have you come here? I can't see the difference to the other side of the valley. There is no doubt that these big linear projects have significant impact on landowners who have lived and worked on their properties, in some cases for many, many generations. I can't shy away from that. Money alone will not compensate for it. We can talk about compensation that's there. You can argue that in an economic sense, that there is compensation being made to offset the economic effects. But you can't take away from, the emotional impact for somebody who cares about their property.
Probably, if I was going to distill it down to a couple of questions, the first one I would ask is if you were to underground HumeLink, what will the cost be to a consumer power bill once it is finished per year?
I'll have to come back to you for some proper math because I don't have it at hand. But from memory per household, so rather than per person, per household, you've got about 4 million households in New South Wales. Some of it would be bared by industry, but let's just stick with households. If you add 10 billion plus in costs to one line, and remember, I think the committee is considering sort of all transmission projects, not just HumeLink, but this is just for HumeLink. If you added 10 billion across 4 million homes, you start to do that math, and however you smear it out over a number of years, it's a material impact on people's bills that starts to come through. And that's the trade-off, that we're having to balance in a time when cost of living is never been more on the front page, and pressure on bills is enormous, and coal is closing. Coal closing actually means you've got to do something. Not doing something is not an option. Then it's that very difficult trade-off where you're looking, virtually into the eyes of 4 million households and saying your bills are going to go up so much, versus the impact that it's going to have on the landowners on the routes that we're dealing with. Some will welcome it and will like the economic benefit. It's not universal, but definitely some, and more than some, will feel the pain of it, and the economic offsets that are there won't be enough.
If there in the future becomes a requirement that you have to underground HumeLink, and for whatever reason it becomes mandated, you're told to do it, that's it, end of story, you're going to underground HumeLink, how much of an impact would that have to any business case that you may or may not have around attaching further renewable projects and tapping them into that HumeLink, given that it is perhaps a DC from point to point, as you discussed, like the Sudan in Germany, where you're not able to tap in? Does that affect your business case in relation to how HumeLink will then later on generate an income?
Yeah, so I haven't seen it modelled per se, but
knowing... I'm sorry, why not? I mean, this is not like this is an issue that's been an overnight issue. I mean, this issue since HumeLink has been proposed has been, I guess, discussed around the undergrounding, the rerouting, any number of issues around that. I would have thought that part of the consultation that Transgrid does in relation to this would have involved modelling any number of scenarios to put to the community so that those community can have that feedback in consultation. And I'll get to consultation if I've got enough time in a second.
Okay, so I misspoke, and let me clarify. We definitely modelled in the sense of the cost of lots of different options. So right back at the beginning, they call it a PISCA as one of the early stages. So years ago, and ever since on regular occasions, we have been modelling the cost of undergrounding. What happens is when it comes up at 3, 5, 7, whatever, pick your number, multiple times the cost of the other options, it then gets knocked out quite quickly because it's just such an overwhelming cost difference. If we were talking about a 10% difference, just to make numbers up, you know, that's the kind of thing maybe you could pursue, but where it's that multiple, the regulator won't allow that.
But isn't this the problem? Sorry, isn't this the problem though? That it's, you say 3, 5, 7 multiples, even up to 10. We need to know what the multiple is. You can't say it's 3 times or it's 10 times, because at the moment it is such a wide and varied model and number that the community cannot adequately make a decision around the difference in cost to their bills by undergrounding it as opposed to overhead, because you haven't done the work to actually provide the community a proper and fixed figure as to what the difference is in the price. You can't say, I mean, 3 times to 10 times is a massive variance. Massive variance. You can't come to this committee and say it's somewhere between 3 and 10.
We sponsored a community, so we worked with the local community groups to work with them to find an independent expert about a year or so ago, to try and sort of bring it to a head, if you like, the discussion. So we said we had lots of expert reports. There are expert reports from all around the world that repeatedly come up with very similar conclusions. We sponsored it. It ultimately concluded, I think HumeLink would cost about $11.5 billion to underground. You know, we look at that analysis, we actually think it was a little bit selective to reduce the number that's there, but it doesn't change. It's such an order of magnitude, it doesn't change the gating decision. To give a fully accurate cost, as we're doing right now with HumeLink, we were given about 10% of the expected HumeLink cost at the time to do what's called early works, and a lot of that goes to proving up the costs. So we're currently spending about $300 million in advance of putting in the full cost submission to get to quite an accurate cost. So I don't think it would be a good use of, effectively that money goes back to ratepayers' bills. It wouldn't be a good use of money to prove out, is it exactly 4 times or 6 times, when so manifestly it doesn't make that option work. So we didn't do more than the high-level studies that give us that indication. But if you like, the community-sponsored consultative report that we had a year ago, $11.5 billion, that alone gives you that threshold to say why we're landing on economically it's not passing muster.
What's the expected time frame that you would see to have that investment recovered? So, for example, if it is $11 billion, and how much do you think HumeLink would be for just an overhead line?
So the current official number is about $3.3 billion.
Okay, so we know from the Commonwealth Games that probably there's a figure and then there's an actual figure. Are we still expecting around 3.3, or are we expecting somewhere closer to 5, 6?
Yeah, so that number is now a bit out of date. So that was the last time it was loaded up with the market operator. It's about 3 or 4 years old. Since then, inflation and cost of construction has gone up. I would use as a marker, I expect broadly the cost of infrastructure and transmission's gone up about 30%, and we're going to see that when we finish the costing in the next few months.
30%, about $5 billion, and you say that $11.5 billion was actually generated last year.
Yes.
By the thing. So, in effect, we're at about double to underground as opposed to...
Senator, look, I think you can sort of drill towards numbers to get to that math.
Well, I mean, you say drilling towards numbers, but in reality, this is a project that seems to be driven by numbers. And so you can't criticise the fact that we're driving towards numbers when the justification for a lot of these decisions seems to be numbers.
Yeah. So the study that was done with the community selected consultant that came up to about 11.5. Our professional opinion is it was at the wasn't just at the low end, but it was at the beneath the low end. You wouldn't find a contractor that will build at that price.
Okay.
But it doesn't change the result, so we stopped there.
Okay. So let's go with say 3 times. I'm accepting that there's some variables there where but you've got a cost of about $5 billion in say 2023 dollars. $11.5 billion plus or minus. We'll call it 15 in 2023 dollars for undergrounding plus whatever factors in there. If you are forced to underground HumeLink, those costs over how many years will be recovered back from the community? How much of has a business case been built around the ability to again tap in more renewable projects along the path so that you can have that feed in and also the distribution along the line?
So I would say roughly over about 30 plus years, the regulatory model would recover costs. And explicit in the market modelling that AEMO does to generate these decisions, should we build them or not build them, is a presumption that renewables will be connected both along the line and also energy will be transported from other areas as well. So the RESs in New South Wales, Marinus Link and what's happening with offshore wind in Victoria, what's going on up in Queensland, it all forms part of that integrated superhighway that will move energy up and down, as well as Snowy, but Snowy is just part of the economic case. So built in there is the presumption that we will build a lot of renewables.
It's such a shame my time's expired.
Now, questions from the crossbench members.
Thank you, and thank you for coming here today. We've heard a lot today, and we've read a lot in the submissions as well about the negative impact of overhead on wildlife. And my understanding from some of the submissions is that there are 82 threatened species that would be impacted. Can you go in a little bit of detail about how that's been considered within this proposal, and if there's any measures that have been put in place to try to reduce the impacts on wildlife?
I'll get Jeremy as our project director to talk to it, but let me just frame it as a huge amount of effort goes into the environmental studies, and it goes through that proper process, which is avoid impact, minimise impact, and clearly we can't avoid any impact, then offset the impact, and that's implicit in what we're doing. But Jeremy, do you want to talk to it?
So as Brett mentioned, we're in the environmental impact study phase of the project now. So we've done a soft lodgement to the Department of Planning and Environment here in New South Wales, and that's got multiple chapters on species type, biodiversity impacts, bushfire, all the different areas that we need to assess as part of the project. So part of that assessment is we walk the line where we have access. We'll have ecological specialists to walk the line with us and Indigenous groups to look for heritage artefacts, as well as from the environmental side of it. So that is part of all of the chapters that we've developed. That now gets submitted to the department for their assessment, which will go on public display in early September for feedback further from the community and different groups on that assessment.
And I don't want to jump ahead, and I don't know if this is public information based on the fact that it hasn't been publicly released yet, but what were the risks posed to wildlife that were identified?
It's not public yet, but it very soon will be. So we look at all the different types of habitats, and during this phase we assume presence for a lot of areas. So we'll do a broader scheme and say, well, in that presence, in that area there could be koalas, so we assume that there will be. And when we're into the detailed design construction phase, we will do a lot more of that close survey monitoring to avoid where we can, and then mitigate where we have to move vegetation or change or adjust our transmission line depending on the impacts that we find.
As part of that assessment, was there any consideration given to undergrounding in comparison to the proposal of overhead in regards to that environmental impact and the impact on wildlife?
So directly.
Or did it just look at the overhead
It looked
proposal?
at this stage, we are only looking at overhead, and that's all that's in the environmental assessment at this stage because it is progressed along. And that is what the project is. When we looked at the undergrounding and the cost of that, beyond that, we've had to go through that assessment phase and are now into the overhead option.
It is there, and I don't want to sound like everything distills to dollars and cents, but it is there in the sense that biodiversity offsets are a major part of the costing. And so to the extent you can avoid environmental impact, you get down that bio cost. But in undergrounding and overgrounding, all the options have a bio cost impact. So effectively it's being embedded in, as difficult as it sounds to translate environmental impact into a dollar number, that is in there in the modelling and taken into account in different options.
So just to understand that better, because obviously today we've heard that the difference, both environmentally and for wildlife that are part of the environment, that it would be much more significant for overhead compared to undergrounding. So that was considered, or it's not being considered?
Yes, it is, in the sense that it's distilled into what is the environmental impact that we have, and therefore what biodiversity offset do we have to create to balance the books, if you like. So it is there, even though it's a bit of a crude device to do that, it's there. But I think, depending on questions, we can also talk a little bit to what undergrounding and overgrounding looks like in a practical sense when it's built.
The other thing we heard a lot about this morning was the fire risk, and particularly there was major concerns about blocking access for firefighters to be able to actually put out fires both from the ground and through aerial firefighting. What is your response, I suppose, to those concerns? And I can understand, obviously, communities that would be very, very concerned about that.
Yep. So Marie and Jeremy will be able to give a little more detail, but we spend a lot of time thinking about bushfire. So up to half of our operational risk management spending is to do with bushfire and vegetation maintenance. To split the question, if you like, between starting bushfires and managing in bushfire. Starting bushfire almost never happens with transmission lines because of that veg management. And in Australia, for example, we can't find any instance of a bushfire started by any transmission line more than 66 kV. So we're talking about a 100 kV line. And if you think about it, and this sort of is part of the line of your questioning, that wide corridor that you maintain is one of the reasons why trees don't fall on transmission lines. They don't start bushfires. When a bushfire is underway, and Jeremy can talk about it a little bit more, we work hand in glove with the RFS, and one of the things to be aware of is that they're in control when there's a bushfire on. They are able to direct the lines to be turned off. And so we're working very closely with them, and there's a lot of detail around how to manage in a bushfire situation. It's something that concerns us a lot as well.
Yeah, can I just, there was actually a submission that the committee received that said that their experience with a fire was that the Transgrid did not turn the power off. I don't know if you've seen that submission, but I'm wondering if you know that incident.
No, so I apologise, I haven't seen that submission, so I can come back and respond directly to the facts of it. But I want to restate, that the RFS are in control in a bushfire situation. We are working very closely with them. Up to a point, transmission is still running because you've got to keep cities powered and you've got to keep civil works going, municipal works going. But if the RFS determine the line needs to be shut down for safety reasons, it's shut down.
Okay. I just got one more question before I send on to my colleague. But a quote from one of the submissions said that while overhead lines are cheaper to build, they are ignoring the fact that these lines will cost much more to maintain in the future, the hazards they provide, and particularly the effects of climate change. That sort of sentiment's been repeated across multiple submissions. Can you respond to those concerns, particularly around the ongoing costs and the maintenance costs that people are highlighting?
I might get Marie to talk to this one.
Yeah, thank you very much. On the underground lines, first, they have a much shorter life than an overhead conductor. The cable life is about between 50 and 60% the life of an overhead conductor. So there is a significant cost in having to change out the conductor early. There's
Can I just ask, sorry, why has it got a lower
The heat, typically, because when you've got it buried and it's wrapped in a slurry mix, the cable does deteriorate and has the potential of water intrusion. And typically, they're changed out in 40 to 45 years, and an overhead conductor can easily go up into the 60, 70, and even 80 years. So there's a significant cost differential right there. We also have to patrol and inspect the underground lines just as you would an overhead. And where you aren't doing the veg management for the trees clearing in the right-of-way, you're still having to keep that entire the entire pathway over the top of underground conductors cleared. You cannot have any veg management or vegetation on top of those lines. It's important for quite a few different reasons, but the integrity of the lines. So it's not as if there is no maintenance at all to an underground line. They're significant, and the cost for doing any kind of repair after an outage is much higher than an overhead conductor.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to go back to the issue of the cost-benefit analysis, if you like. So was it GHD who undertook that? So Transgrid Commission GHD?
It was GHD and
Stantec
who did that work, yes.
Yes, and technically, so did you ask them to do a cost-benefit analysis of either undergrounding or overhead?
So their
the
brief
comparison
was to
between the two?
Yeah, their brief was to do the cost. So the benefit is done by EMO, the market operator, but we asked them to compare the costs of the two options.
So why did you not ask them to undertake a thorough cost-benefit analysis in the true sense of the word?
So that's what the market operator AEMO does. So we respond to, if you like, their plan that says you need to build a transmission line because they've decided where the cost benefit falls out. What we're then doing is taking that plan and going, okay, if we've got to build a transmission line through a certain area to meet the market need that's been identified, we then look at what is, cost is a major part of it, but what is the lowest impact way.
So AEMO gave you, Transgrid, did they, a cost-benefit analysis of both overhead transmission lines and underground transmission lines for HumeLink?
So they will have done within reason, a lowest cost approach to when they're building their cost benefit analysis, which means I wouldn't expect them to have in there an undergrounding option because the benefits...
Thank you, Mr. Redmond. So where did Transgrid get information around anything to do with the benefits of, the cost of the benefits, if you like, in terms of a true cost benefit analysis? It just does appear as though you've just looked at the costs. In terms of environmental externalities, in response to a question earlier, you said that's dealt with in the environmental impact statement. I think you called it rather a crude way or something. So there wasn't really any thorough cost-benefit analysis undertaken, was there, between underground transmission lines and overhead transmission lines for HumeLink? You have not compared the benefits. Where have you compared the benefits versus the costs? If you factor in, just in terms of true, your responsibility in terms of that, if you factor in the benefits as well.
So we may be talking at cross purposes in the sense of what you're looking for in terms of benefit, I might be calling a lower cost. And so benefit, when I talk about benefits, I'm typically referring to market benefits. So to consumers, what will bring down energy costs, so ultimately what's being translated through the bill. That's what AEMO is modelling. They're solving for a network that will deliver a lowest cost outcome for consumers. Benefits in the sense of what is lowest impact to build. Those things are all factored into the different options. So we distill it to a cost, if you like, so it's a benefit where it's a lower cost, but it's distilled into a cost in comparing the different options to meet that market need that's been identified.
So in terms of the cost then of both options, for example, was the potential risk of damage to overhead transmission lines as a result of the type of mega fires that we saw during the Black Summer fires, was that factored in as a cost?
Not in a direct way, in the sense it's something very difficult to quantify, and not
Was any
something.
future climate, is it? I mean, really, this is being built for 20, 30, 40, 50 years. You are aware, and I assume believe, in climate science.
Yes.
So you're probably aware, I mean, the last week, in terms of the extraordinary heat records we've seen. In fact, Athens, people are running through the streets of Athens right now escaping the fire. In 20 years' time, Mr. Redman, can you imagine the type of wildfires, megafires that are going to tear through the forests and the national parks and the agricultural land? And Transgrid hasn't in any way assessed what that looks like and factoring that into your transmission lines and your cost-benefit analysis?
Yes, we have.
In this particular situation with HumeLink?
Across all of our assets, we look at the resiliency. And when you look at the resiliency from floods and fires, underground conductor does not provide a significant advantage. My background from this is I was in California during the wildfire events. Now, we don't underground transmission lines, but the undergrounded distribution lines have the same impact from the fire. And when you're looking at a steel tower, quite often you don't have any impact to the actual structures of a fire going through. So we do look across our entire asset portfolio, and we've actually just completed our first resilience looking at some of the climate change issues of today. And we do look at the different types of assets, and that is a consideration.
So in terms of the particular, so GHD, for example, the work that they did they have access to that in terms of your, whatever Transgrid has before it in terms of determining the climate risk to your assets? Did they have that when they were working out the so-called costs of both options?
They were looking at a cost analysis of the two options. They were looking at how much would it cost to build an overhead line versus how much it would cost to build an underground line.
That.
It did not take into account resiliency because that's more of a cost benefit or something like that. It was strictly a cost analysis.
For you, it's how much Transgrid, what it will cost Transgrid to build, as opposed to the future potential costs of maintaining the line in the network in the case of extreme weather events. Is that correct?
No, I think it does take into account costs of maintenance, and as Marie was talking about, we do spend quite a bit of time looking at network resiliency and spending a lot. Climate change is part of that long-term planning, thinking about what more flooding could mean, what more bushfires could mean. But pulling back to a transmission line, you know, the con of a veg maintenance of transmission is a big wide corridor. The pro is it's a bushfire break, and so you don't find bushfire has anything like the significant impact on a transmission line. So you come back to then thinking about, do you start fires? And I've sort of addressed that transmission lines almost never starts the fire. And then how do you manage in a fire situation? That's with RFS led. There's lots of circuit breakers. There's lots of protocol around how you manage to protect people and to protect their property.
Can I just go to, I'll come back to that if I have time, but I just wanted to cover the issue with costs. So in terms of who ultimately is going to pay for the transmission network, it's consumers, is that correct?
Yes.
So the regulatory framework, I understand, essentially says that even though, for example, the connection through to Snowy 2.0, which Snowy 2.0 needs and requires, they're not required to contribute to the construction of that transmission network. Is that correct?
So HumeLink is part of the wider system. It has many other uses beyond Snowy 2.0. So like any other part of network, both distribution and transmission, an individual customer doesn't pay for a piece of the transmission. They pay to get to the transmission, and that's what Snowy's paying for.
We might, sorry, Ms. Freeman, we might move to government questions now.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for your time. In terms of fire or bushfire as a threat to ongoing transmission, so not so much as a cause of fire, but as a threat to the operation of the network, is there any significant differences between above ground and below ground in that respect?
From the actual starting of the fire?
No, in terms of the threat that a fire might pose to the operation of the network.
Network security.
Oh, network security. I do not believe that you would have some of the same challenges on fighting the fire, but again, we de-energized the line.
Yeah.
But it might be worth pointing out, Senator, during the recent terrible bushfires of a few years ago, there was never a loss of service on the transmission lines.
Yeah.
And so again, they managed to be highly resilient.
Okay. So what are the challenges to fighting fires that above ground transmission lines pose?
So as we've pointed out, we work hand in glove with the RFS through that process in there, and our corridor does form a natural fire break, and as well as that, we have a lot of access roads in and out of around. We need to access our towers during construction and during maintenance and operations as well as when we're doing the vegetation. So access roads is another big effect that we work closely with RFS on, managing access tracks and where access and egress is available. The difficulty is if the fire is directly under the ground or very close, then it is a higher risk environment to be in, and we work with the RFS to ensure that people do not work or walk underneath the line if the fire is right there or extremely smoky at that point.
Okay. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions about the GHD Stantec report. That report found that above ground in HumeLink would lead to probably a 5-year delay, and pointed to it being essential that the infrastructure is completed by 2026 to secure the network before ageing power stations are decommissioned. In a sort of hypothetical world where there was that 5-year delay and it was put above ground, what would that actually mean in terms of impacts on the community?
Just sorry, are you talking about above grounding or undergrounding? With the
Above
5-year
grounding.
Above grounding, sorry.
Undergrounding.
Sorry, yeah, if we undergrounded a 5-year delay,
Sorry,
what does it mean
underground.
to the market?
Yeah,
Right.
and if you look at where we are today and some of the challenges we see every day with the lack of reserve that we have in the different states, having HumeLink offers the opportunity to really move energy from across the states, and that would not happen if we didn't have HumeLink in. And when you look at HumeLink, as it connects up into Sydney Ring and gets up around the area of Hunter and the CWO res, that's going to be a very important superhighway getting the renewables across the whole eastern side of Australia. And you think about renewable generation is impacted by things like cloud cover for solar, changes in wind across the geography. So the more interconnected you are, the more capable that you will be to be able to move the renewables, and reliance on the hydro from Tasmania through Marinus Link. All these things are part of how we get to a secure energy future that we don't see with the retirement of coal energy if we don't get these lines in on time.
Right.
So I think it's a truly a critical risk to not get the transmission built and start using those pathways for the renewable portfolio.
So if it wasn't completed by 2026, in forward years like 2027, 2028, it's not operating, are we talking about more coal being burned, or are we talking about the network not operating properly, blackouts and so forth? What are we talking about practically if that was to occur?
Well, if we go back to June of last year, and I had just arrived here a couple of months prior, and looking at what happened, the coal-fired fleet is aging. So we even saw some real severe dips in the reserves. And quite often we were sitting on the edge of reaching out to the distribution companies to start rotating blackouts. So I think that was a real window in. And when I have had the experience of coal retirements up in the northeast of the U.S., we ended up having to extend the life of the coal units. When you extend the life of a coal unit, they typically have been maintained to get to their planned end of life. And to be able to get through the type of refurbishments at the end of life when you're contracting them to stay on longer, you'll start seeing some of the challenges. And you end up challenging the system throughout the year. So outages become more difficult to get because you don't have enough reserve on the system. You don't have the capability to do additional maintenance on plants that are planned to go longer because you aren't getting those shoulder outages. When I talk about shoulder outages, outside winter and outside the peak of summer is when all the coal-fired generation does their maintenance work typically, as well as our line work. And all of that gets thinner and thinner if you don't start building and bringing in more renewables to take over for the coal. So extending the coal is a difficult and challenging thing because they haven't planned to go longer.
Yeah. There was some evidence this morning, which in summary was that in Germany there's, I think it might be called the Südline.
Südlink, yeah.
Yeah, the Südlink, sorry, and that's quite lengthy. And I suppose there was a suggestion that that represents best practice. I was just wondering if you could give us some evidence about whether that is a valid comparison and whether that somehow makes the argument that undergrounding is the best option in terms of value for money.
The Südlink is a really good example of when this is the DC versus AC, when DC works. DC works when it's more than, say, 350 kilometres and where all you want to do is get energy from point A to point B. And so that's exactly what Südlink's doing. It's about 700 kilometres from memory. It goes from the North Sea, offshore wind up there, down to Munich, and all it's intended to do is to get from point A to point B. Projects like HumeLink are intended to have lots of cut-in points. So this is the issue where the cost of a cut-in point, a connection, to oversimplify, changes from an AC line at about, say, $100, $150 million to a DC line is about $400 or $500 million. DC really good for mass transit over long distance, no going off or on. AC where you want to cut in and out. And so Südlink is a mass movement of energy over a long distance with no stops along the way. That's why in a practical sense it just doesn't work here in Australia for this type of project.
Right. And was there also some legal constraints that were applicable to Südlink as well? I seem to recall something in your submission about that.
I apologise, I can't remember that bit offhand, but it's an economically driven thing. Just around the world, it's why you see some DC lines, but they're for that mass transit with no cut-ins. You never see an AC undergrounded for more than 40 kilometres. It's just the global experience is bearing out the economic challenge in making a choice.
So there's been some other evidence suggesting, I think, in effect, that above grounding represents too much focus on short-term capital expense rather than proper consideration of long-term expense or value for money. I'm just interested in your response to that.
So in the modelling that we do whole-of-life modelling. So it takes into account yearly maintenance, it takes into account life of assets. So as Marie picked up on earlier on, an underground line would model at about a 45-year life, an overground line would model at about 80 years, so that alone drives some better value for money. The cost to maintain is not that much less than an underground versus an overground. I think it's important to sort of visualise what underground looks like when you think about maintenance. What's happened is you've dug a wide trench about the width of an Olympic swimming pool. You've taken away the soil that you pulled out and you put into it a specialised soil, if you like, slurry is the word that's used. And that's designed to do two things: manage the heat of the cable and to keep everything moist so the ground doesn't dry up and doesn't create problems for the cable. The impact of that is you can put a light dusting of soil on the top, but you can't really grow most things on the top of it. Some specialised grasses will grow. From a farming point of view, you can't crop it both because things won't grow as well, but also because you can't keep driving heavy machineries like ploughs over it. So while overhead has an impact on farming in restricting aerial spraying and some forms of big irrigation, undergrounding has a big impact on farming by saying you can't crop. Overground, you can put small fruit trees, you can put vineyards in if you like. You can't put any real crops or plough crops in an underground. You can maybe graze around it, but I suspect the quality of those grasses won't be particularly good feed for cattle or sheep. So from a maintenance point of view, I wanted to dispel the image, if you like, of you do a cut and cover and then put 40-metre high trees over the top. You've got to protect the cables underneath. That means you do almost as much veg management and keeping that corridor sterilised all the way through. And so from a maintenance point of view, it's not hugely different, particularly when if you actually have to do something to it, digging up a cable is enormously expensive and difficult versus working on a single tower or a single section, which we do routinely all the time.
Right. Just lastly, in terms of the regulator's role, is it solely a matter for Transgrid what sort of decisions you make in terms of capital expenditure on things like this project?
Everything we do will go to the AER, the Australian Energy Regulator, heavily scrutinised. Huge amounts of consumer groups and other stakeholders will pull it apart, massive public processes. It is the AER ultimately that will determine are we approved to make the spend. And so their rules of engagement or rules of the road, if you like, are well flagged, and a lot of it's got to do with cost of consumer. We also take into account any state or federal laws in costing up and planning and thinking about what we're doing. So you see that come through in things like route selection, the biodiversity offsets that are there, the way that we build and how we treat things. That all goes into the modelling that we're doing. But the final decision, if you like, is driven by the rules that come down to us from the AMC, the rulemaker, the AER, the regulator, and so we're operating within those parameters. And it is that parameter that says, the difference in undergrounding versus overground. It is such a material difference. It's just not entertained.
So in terms of a responsible use of your shareholders' money, I think that's the right term. Would you have ever thought about sending to the regulator a proposal for undergrounding, for example, of HumeLink?
You could argue if the regulator signed it off, so if the conclusion of government in representing the community, in weighing up all the pros and cons, it was to spend a lot of money, a lot more money on undergrounding, it could go through the same regulated model, it could get built. And so, if you like, shareholders would have a degree of indifference in that sense because they would be paid. As a citizen, as somebody living in the state, the cost difference and the impact on consumers would be profound, and it's why the regulator wouldn't approve it. So it's not necessarily the shareholder, if you like, wants good, sustainable decisions. It thinks about it in the broader sense. Our shareholders think about what makes a business that'll be here for the long haul. They invest. They're mainly pension funds. They invest for decades, so they think about the long haul. But the cost of living pressure as translated into the regulated rules give us very clear guide as to what will be acceptable. And so typically when we're building these routes, we're doing everything we can to minimise impact. So I'll give a simple example is where you do tower placement. You could argue if you were absolutely ruthless, you could shave a few dollars off here and there by just being purely economic. You will talk to the landowner and try and work out a way of softening as you go through. There will be some cost in there. The regulator will accept a little bit of cost in there so that we soften the impact on people as we go through. But that order of magnitude difference, they just wouldn't entertain.
So you've got no doubt the regulator would not have approved an underground proposal?
No, there's no doubt at all in my mind, and I see that both in the push from government and governments of both sides at state and federal level on cost of living pressure, and I see that translated into their rules and everything that they give us in terms of guidance. We get put through the absolute ringer for every dollar that we spend, and it's appropriate to maintain lowest cost possible for consumer. There is no question in my mind that this we put up lots of proposals that are rejected. This one would absolutely be rejected.
Thanks, Chair.
Just wanted to go back to a comment made earlier about what undergrounding and overgrounding looked like in a more of a practical sense, and wondered if you could articulate for us what are the methods of undergrounding transmission infrastructure.
Yeah, it's very, very different than what people assume. So when you think about a trench for undergrounding cable, we'd have to be, for this distance, doing an HVDC, which would be at least 50 meters wide to account for the additional cables because of the amount of capacity reduction you have in underground facilities.
So how many metres? 15 or 50?
50 meters wide, 50.
50.
So
Thank
you
you.
have a 50-meter wide trench, minimum 2 meters deep, typically more. And depending upon the slope of ground, you can either open trench or you're tunneling, both of which have significant impacts. And when you do the trenching, the cable reels are about 40 tons a reel, and they're about 50 meters in length. So it's a lot of weight coming in and a lot of weight going out because the majority of the native soil is stripped out and hauled out. You put in a slurry mix over the top of the conductors. So the access roads are much more fit for purpose to carry that kind of load, and they go the entire length of the undergrounding.
On either side?
Depending. Most of the time it's on both sides. One has to be more for the heavy carry. Some of the other side can actually be where they're putting some of the spoils and things like that. So you have 2 access roads the entire length. When we're doing an overhead line, we can do an access road into a tower. We could do a variety of methods, including taking a drone and flying a guide rope over the top so you aren't disrupting as much of the ground with vehicles and really managing the biosecurity differently than you would in an underground situation. So truly when you look, and we included a few pictures in our submission, you really get a different view. A lot of times I've heard a comparison to PG&E doing the undergrounding of 10,000 miles. They are undergrounding just distribution. They are undergrounding like a neighborhood conductor. The poles don't go away either with the PG&E undergrounding. They are digging a 1 meter deep trench by a ½ meter wide and putting in the conductor underground. All the other service wires of a much lower voltage that are serving the homes and many of the equipment pieces stay in the air on the poles. So to really do the comparison, it's much different than what you see when you hear people talking about the 10,000 miles of transmission that PG&E is doing. This is transmission voltage. There's not a single transmission line that is being undergrounded by PG&E because they don't have those as fire issues. So it's really a very invasive process to underground lines, and it stays. As Brett talked about the thermal soil and the impact, it truly is not like you put the conductor in a small trench and the grass grows back and it is unapparent that there's transmission lines there. So it's not distribution. Transmission looks different and feels different in the undergrounding process.
Thank you. So I thank all witnesses that have attended and given evidence today. Thank you all for attending this hearing, and that concludes the public hearing for this inquiry.
Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
time.
Thank you.